taster. So I think this is a very important lesson for all of us, that we really need to, look at academic research from a altogether different perspective. The current times are even more challenging, as I'll proceed and see that how, with so much of information available to us, what I say is we are living in an era of information pollution. We really do not know what is right, what is wrong. So the challenges are much more higher. The responsibility onus on us is much more higher. But the certain principles, the guiding principles of academic research still hold true. So, this lesson came quite handy. However, the work that I did ultimately became the first publication of my life. I thought that, I've done a good work, so let me take it to some of the platform where I can get published. So, into August 2003, I was able to publish this work in the journal called IOP, Journal of Marketing Management. And of course, your first publication is something that you really like. But when I look back at the first publication, even though I got less marks, but I really feel that the message given by professor was again very, very relevant. Subsequently, in the next semester, I picked up some issue, and even if there is a minor contribution, it was acknowledged. So I think this question is something that we all of us should remember before taking up any kind of research work in further. Uh, Now the question that Dr. Datta was also asking, and some of you also asked it, how do we go and select journals? Of course, UGC as an institution have always come up with different guidelines, and they of course keep on amending it, refining it, making it better for the academicians. Way back, if you recollect, they came up with this concept of UGC care journals, and they also tried to amend it multiple times. But the last time, when they came up, they said that we are going to categorize journal under two categories. And they said that there would be group one journals, and which probably, they based on the protocol designed by the team, some of the journals would really get qualified. However, for group two, they said that they are only including journals which are indexed in globally recognized databases, right? So categorized under two. Of course, I'm not going to touch too much on the group one, as we know that they no more, exist really. But group two is something, I think as academicians, once we have chosen a path to be in among the academic fraternity, I think our focus as research scholars, as faculty members, and of course, even if you're faculty members, research is something that stays with you for rest of your life. We should only focus on the journals which are indexed in globally recognized databases, right? So there is something I'm sure all of you might be aware, or in case if you are new to academics, something called as Web of Science, right? And Scopus. Scopus is something, which many of people in our fraternity would say that whether the journal is Scopus indexed or not. So indexation in globally recognized databases should be the first beginning point. And in Web of Science also, for example, we belong to the social sciences discipline. So there is something called a social sciences citation index. Whereas people, those who come from sciences would be basically looking at journals which are science citation index, right? And so on. So how do look at journals? So there are plethora of journals. So to understand journal, whether is it really worthwhile to read papers published in any journal or consider your work taking forward to a journal, the first thing that all of us should be know is the concept of journal metrics. So how do you look at what journal metrics is? Say, for example, I've picked up a journal which is considered to be one of the best journal in marketing discipline called Journal of Marketing. So if you go to their website, to the journal website, you'll always find there is one section called Journal Indexing and Matrices. And below that, some journals would talk of three things: the JCR, which is called as the Journal Citation Report, the Scopus parameters, and of course the Google Scholar. And you'll also, come across this term, which I'm sure all of you must be knowing, is the concept of impact factor. That what is the kind of impact this journal is making in the academic fraternity in terms of the citations of this work. So, who are reading this paper, who are citing this paper is something very, very important. So, if you look at the JCR as such, right, JCR, this journal says that it's an slightly old statistics. The 2 year impact factor of journal is 9.462. So it gives you an indication that where does this journal stand if you look at the subsequent information that the journal provides. That this journal is at number in the business category. This number is at journal is at number 13 out of the 153 journals that are getting published. So you get a fair idea, right? How this is getting published, right? What is the ranking of the journal? In marketing, for example, it says that it is fourth out of 185, and Scopus site score is given. Then there are certain parameters like source normalized impact per paper, what we call as SNIP, and SJR rank, Sky Magor Journal rank. So these indicators, it's very important for any academician before moving to, thinking of taking your publication to a journal to assess what is the standing of the journal vis-a-vis other journals. Similarly, Google Scholar also comes up for each journal, it comes up with the H5 index. For individual scholars like us also, we do have our H index and I10 index, but even for journals, they have, you know, the H5 index, which is calculated by finding the H index of for all articles published over the last 5 completed calendar years. So they pick up all the journals and see that what is the H index of the journal. That gives you an indication how better a journal is getting published. So, you know, the values come, the JCR values come, and UGC also talks of, if you look at the UGC regulations 2018, it says that the impact factor of only Thomson, what we also call as the Clarivate analytics, is going to be considered whenever a scholar or a prospective faculty member claims that he or she has published a article in a journal which has an impact factor. So many journals in India specifically and also abroad would give you an impact factor which probably is not reflected in Clarivate analytics. So that impact factor has no relevance, no meaning. And as responsible academic members, we should, as far as possible, try avoiding it. Now, if you go to the Web of Science, the website, I think it's very important for all of us to go to the original sources to get a flair of information. You'll find that there are more than 25 to 30,000 journals which are listed in Web of Science. So that's also a huge number, right? Just imagine uh, close to 25,000 journals just being there. That's a huge number. And, you know, cutting across various disciplines. So say for example, out of 25,000, I did a rough search. If I only look at the journals which are there in social sciences citation index, which may be probably of interest to faculty members in social sciences, humanities, that number is also, close to 3,500 or probably more, this being a slightly old figure. So must be more. So that also is a good number, right? Good number where you can probably uh, go and find out journal which is of your interest, right? Which is of your interest. Similarly, Scopus, if we talk, which comes from the Elsevier group, also has huge amount of journals which are indexed. And this number, this is an old figure. I expect it to be close to 50,000 now. So 50,000 journals getting indexed in Scopus database. So what is the need for Care 1? Of course, UGC Care 1, there was no need for it. So any journal which is not capable enough of getting themselves indexed in a Scopus database, probably we should not even think about considering that journal for the for our publication, right? For our publication. So one thing, as academicians, as I'm sure that many of you who are young faculty have a long path to go, and of course, living in challenging times, should right from the inception, right from the beginning, should set a principle for themselves that if I am publishing, I'm only going to publish in a quality journal. And for that, probably I will have to upgrade myself, enhance my own skills, spend some more time in decoding that what it really takes to get your work published in a top tier journal. So, uh, for top 40,000 journals, if you pick up the top 10% journals also, there are close to 3,984 journals, which itself is a huge number, right? So the quantum of platforms which are there are more than enough. And thanks to the access of information easily these days, it's not very difficult. So for example, if you pick up tourism as such, so tourism, if you go to the Scopus preview, uh, I think the first lesson, or, we should basically try to decode and understand. These days, many young scholars, those who want to, enter into academics, are always looking for shortcuts, right? Are always looking for shortcuts, which probably has been amplified even further with the coming of, artificial intelligence, and they are looking for quick fix, instant gratification or quick fix solutions, which I strongly, my own feeling is, though that route and path look simple, but then it's not going to, take you uh, quite further. So if you look at the Tourism Management Journal, you go to their own website, find out what is the site score, SGR score, SNIP score, and what is the subject areas that it covers. What are the kind of articles, the journal has published in last few issues. So one should be very familiar with it. So ranking in terms of assessing the quality of the journal, this is one approach that all of us should know. We should keep a track of how these journals are getting published. The another way to look at and identify, quality journal is, this list became quite popular in India, which is called as the ABDC ranking list, right? So your ABDC, as I'm sure all of you might be aware, is basically a council which is set up by business deans in Australia. So all the business schools in Australia, the Dean's Council, they have identified that what kind of journals are they going to consider really worthwhile. So they know that there are 40, 50,000 journals even in Scopus. So should they consider all journals? All Scopus index journals are good. So they decided no, we are not going to, look into all journals. So what the ABDC does is, once in 2 or 3 years, they come up with their own list, which includes say close to 3,000 journals, 2,500 to 3,000 journals. And they say that we are going to rank the journals, and they give different rankings. The topmost ranking being A star, then A, B, and C, right? So A star journal means that, A star journal would only include journals uh, which are really high impact in terms of the relevance and rigor of the articles that have been published in those journals. Then followed by A category journals, B category, and C category. So the list is also available on their website. So I'll recommend that all, uh, all of us should have a copy of that. So you can easily go and download the Excel file and find out that which are the A category journals, A star category journals. And depending upon our own discipline or area of interest, we can further find out that which are the journals over there. But if you go to say, for example, Europe or America, and you say that I have published in A star category journal, probably they'll not be really keen. So some of the top tier institutions in the world would only be looking at what they call as FT50 journals. So they'll only be looking at FT50 journals. So say for example, FT stands for Financial Times. So they've identified 50 journals, and they say that if you have published in only these journals, we will consider your research to be really good. Any other publication, we are not really interested, right? So the top tier schools would say that if you're contributing to body of knowledge, you need to reach out to these. And some of the journals, I'll just read it for you. For example, Harvard Business Review, right? So Harvard Business Review, for example, if you have gone through it, is not purely academic based research. It is the application or the implication of academic research to the industry, and it reaches to all CEOs across various corporates. Or, for example, Journal of Applied Psychology, Journal of Consumer Research, Journal of Financial and Quantitative Analysis, Journal of Applied Psychology, right? Journal of Marketing, right? Management Science, MIS Quarterly, right? So these top journals, 50 journals they have identified, and of course, some of the A star category journals in tourism, for example, Journal of Travel Research, Tourism Management, Annals of Tourism, uh, is what they really, want people to really publish. So if you really want to prove your mettle that I'm contributing to this body of knowledge, and if you're able to reach and hit these journals, right, they basically look at. In UK, there is another system called as CABS, and they come up with a guide called Academic Journal Guide, and they have their own rating mechanism, right? So they rate the journals, and rather than giving A star, A, B, C like ABDC does, these association give ranks in terms of 4 star, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Right. So people in UK business schools, in tourism schools, in institutions would be basically looking at whether you have published in a 4 star journal. So 4 star journal is basically called as the journal of distinction. Right. So their initial paper selection and review process is so rigorous and demanding that it's very even difficult to ensure that your paper goes into the review. Right. So the desk rejection rate in these journals is very, very high. And they would only be looking at, journals that have, that are basically advancing the field. Right. So one thing as academicians we really need to understand is that the idea of, publishing work in journals, one of the major reason is that we want to advance the body of knowledge in that field. Of course, once that knowledge is created, it really helps people in policy, it helps people in industry, and that is what we really need to think. Even, getting published in, say, for example, three rated journal is also quite challenging because they also publish, well executed research papers which are highly regarded. And though they have a good submission rate, but selection rate again is quite challenging even in these journals. So if you look at the kind of information through the index journals also is getting published every day. Just imagine the kind of work that is coming out every day. So 50,000 journals, for example, indexed in Scopus. And for our simplicity's sake, let us assume that each journal publishes 4 issues in a year, right? 4 issues in a year. So 50,000 multiplied by 4 is 2 lakh, right? Issues across disciplines getting published every year. And if each issue has only 5 papers, so 2 lakh into 5, it becomes 10 lakhs. So 1 million research papers are getting published every year. 1 million research papers getting published every year. So just imagine the kind of the volume of information, that is the volume of knowledge, information that is getting generated only through academic journals. Only through academic journals. Now we are living in an era where information sources have become so diverse, right? Whether they are text-based sources, and these days, for example, video-based sources, the online programs, YouTube. So we are living in an era of information pollution. So in this, scenario, how do you ensure that you also have something to contribute which is meaningful, something which people across the world are really interested to read, cite, and take it forward? Of course, the challenge is very high, right? The challenge is very high, but it is not impossible provided we get our fundamentals correct right at the inception, right? If our fundamentals are not correct, it becomes very difficult to create a mark. And for the last couple of years, the challenges are even much more higher. So of course, in the Western world, people used to always say that you have to publish to remain relevant. And there came a quote which said, publish or get perished. But now, even after now it's not about publishing, right? Nobody is asking that how many papers you have. For example, I was talking to one of my friend who is dean research in one of the institute in Delhi, and I was asking that, what are your criteria to recruit a faculty at entry level? And she said that, see, Anil, at the entry level, what we are looking at is the scholar should have published at least 3 papers in B category, or 1 paper in A category and 2 paper in B or C category. So if the scholar doesn't have this quality of work, we do not call that person for the interview, right? We do not even call that person for the interview, right? So many institutes, right, would always ask that it's important that you only go and publish in Scopus indexed. Many are now asking that you only publish in high impact journals. And very soon, we all are living in an era of artificial intelligence where even after publishing in high impact journal, we are not very sure what would be, the long term sustainability of our careers in that direction. So therefore, the times are quite challenging. However, as I said earlier, if we get the fundamentals right, the relevance still remains very high, right? So just on a lighter note, professor who didn't published, so he got perished. So very difficult, right? There was this article published in 2018, right? Recently, I read this almost 4 5 years ago, but recently this became very popular, which was titled as something very interesting. Train your PhD students to be thinkers, not just specialists, right? So we are living in an era where, multidisciplinary approach, right? So many of times, we tend to stick to our own discipline. So someone, who is from tourism would say that I only, want to think from this tourism point of view. Whereas if you see, the entire tourism sector has, been taken over by the technology industry. Right. Today, it's very important to think like a sociologist for a tourism. Very important to, think like a psychologist or an anthropologist. So many disciplines across universities have trained us just to become specialist. And we believe that as we grow in our academic careers, right, from bachelor's degree to master's and then to PhD, we even narrow down our focus only to one thing. That's very good, no doubt about it. Uh, that is very important because you'll not be able to really add to the body of knowledge if you do not become specialist. But simultaneously, what is more important is it's important to have a critical thinking view of all the research scholars. And somewhere, down the line, that really will help the young faculty members, young research scholars, even the senior people to contribute in that direction. Right. So, say for example, Adam Smith or Kautilya Arthashastra, right? They never went to any university to get a PhD degree. But the kind of, impact their thought, their knowledge has created in the world across generations is still very relevant today, right? So what is really required is that what is that new thinking, new thought that really emerges from the academic fraternity? Unfortunately, we as academicians have got trapped into, lot of micromanagement work uh, under pressure to, keep publishing without ensuring that are we really making any impactful thought. So we need to train our PhD students and even train ourselves that how do you ensure that an impactful research originates from Indian institutions, from Indian universities, which has the potential to make some impact among the global audience. So there was, this quote I would want to build up on this. Donald Rumsfeld, these days we see that, the conflict again between US, Israel, Iran is on there. So he once said a beautiful quote, which is also relevant to us in academia. There are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know that there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know that there are some things we don't know, right? But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, right? So it looks very slightly complicated if you try to decode, but we can put this code in form of this matrix, which will help us to understand what we are trying to say, right? So unknown unknowns is something really fascinating. That is things we neither aware nor understand, future events or situations that are impossible to predict or plan for. So though this was in context of, strategic affairs and defense affairs, but for academicians, again, this is something, we can really help. So many a times, we only tend to work in the area of known knowns. Just trying to do replicative studies, trying to, replicate what is already known. And so it's something like, the first paper that I did, Changing Consumer in India. So that was a known. Everyone knew this. So there was nothing, really great of what I was trying to, portray. So what is really required is that can research scholars move to a territory where, unknowns come popular, right? So say, for example, things we are aware of but don't understand, right? So I know that AI is doing something, but we really do not understand that what exactly it's going to do to our young minds. For example, I'm interested to know that the young generation, what we also call as the generation alpha, right? How is generation alpha uh, looking at artificial intelligence? How are they looking at the entire pedagogy of teaching learning? Yesterday, I was sitting with one of my friend and we were discussing, and his view was that the schools and colleges have become irrelevant in these days. And he was sharing one thought with me that I was looking at, uh, you know, one of the project that was giving in an engineering school to the young students, and they made up an assignment. They created a beautiful software. Uh, they created beautiful software, spending almost 2 years. Uh, and these days, the same software can AI can produce in 5 minutes. So, what exactly, have these students really achieved? So, therefore, moving into unknown unknowns is something, you know, is very important. So unknown, unknown in other way also you can view it as that it leads to discovery. Facts are already known, but asking right questions can only result into discovery. So exactly what kind of research we as an academicians are really intended to do? And of course, if you are only talking of facts, top journals are not interested in it. They're only interested to, publish something that is really good. So, I'll say that good conceptualization always involves from moving from a general topic to a clear research problem. And this is always something, many a times I find people, those who join PhD program or any faculty member who wants to initiate a research work is unable to define the research problem. Why are you doing this? What is the question that you're trying to address? Why do you think that there is no answer to this question? If the answer already exists and you still want to, follow this research work, what exactly are you going to contribute? So therefore, many a times, many of the research works, they only remain at the generic level rather than moving and focusing on a specific research problem. So that is very important. There is this beautiful quote by Albert Einstein, which is quite relevant for all of us. He said, I quote, if I had an hour to solve a problem and my life depended on the solution, I would spend the first 55 minutes determining the proper question to ask. And once I know the proper question, I could solve the problem in less than 5 minutes. Right? So the first 55 minutes asking the right question is something very important. And how do you ask the right questions? Right? How do you ask the right questions? As a if I have to initiate a research, from where should I initiate my research? Right? How do I, ask the right questions is something very important. So there are certain questions I'll once again raise, which will help you to, know that what kind of questions should we ask before initiating the any research work. Because if we want to create an impactful research, asking good questions is the first step. And if you spend as much time as possible in asking the right questions, your rest of the journey will become relatively easy. So, what is known and what is not known, or what is not known, what is problematic or missing, both questions you have to ask. So, for example, the first question you can ask is, what questions have been asked about my topic? So, in the past, what kind of questions have already been asked related to the area that I am interested to work in? Right. Simultaneously, we need to ask what questions have not been asked on my topic. Is there a time, geography, or location dimension to these questions? If so, what would happen if I alter it? Right. So many times, scholars, faculty members will come and say that, I want to pick up an area and I've not come across any study that has happened in Haryana or that has happened in Mumbai or happened in Gurgaon. Right. So the next logical question should come to you is, if the study has happened in Chennai, for example, why do you think that you would find a different response in Mumbai? Is there a geography dimension to the question that you are asking? Someone would come up and say that this study, there are a lot of studies in America which has been done on my topic. but there is no study that has happened in Asian country. So the next logical question one should ask is, why do you think that the Asia would have a different response as compared to America? Right? Is it the culture of that place which will influence? Is it the level of development that will influence? Is it the exposure to media that will influence? Is it the family structure? Is it education? Is it, the belief systems of people that will have different? So if I'm trying to, study a phenomena, say for example, travel behavior, or for example, someone is interested in asking this question, I want to study why people, do not prefer solo traveling, right? So that is what I have to ask, right? Similarly, I should also ask this question, what would happen if I turned my dominant question around, right? I just reverse the question. What if I turn positive question into negative questions or negative question into positive questions? Will I get a different perspective? I think a lot of deliberation and discussion is required at the initial phase of framing the research problem. That is, going to be very, very important. Similarly, there are a lot of questions, right? So if you see list of questions, this is just indicative. You can frame your own questions. So what major theories have been used to examine my topic? So do these theories adequately capture the phenomena under study? Right? So many a time, what we call as the theory trap. So we tend to get into a theory trap, right? So you come across a topic, you look into literature, and for example, you find out of 50 papers, 40 have used, say, for example, theory of plant behavior to study the behavior of tourists. And of course, as research scholar, you say, since 40 have used, let me also use the same theory. I want to be on the safer side. So rather than, just following this theory trap, I think what is required is you need to ask this question. Are there any other possible theories that should be considered? Right? I'll show you one of the paper that we got published was just on account of this. There was a predominant theory being used in the technology adoption area. And the basic question that we asked was, is it capturing everything? Or are there any other aspects? So when you look at a phenomena around you, you also, ask this question. What are the major concepts that have been examined to use my topic? Do they adequately capture the phenomena under study? Right? Are there any other possible concepts that should be considered? Which are the concepts you are using? Are there any possible clear-cut definitions? Is there a problem with definition? How have they been measured in the past? Are there other possible ways in which the concept can be measured? Are there problems with how the concept have been measured? So all these are critical questions, right? Many a times, we think that the article has been published in A category journal, so I just have to follow it blindly. In that case, you'll not be able to. The first thing, as all of us as research members of the research fraternity, that we should do is once we read something, we should also, reflect upon it and ask questions that whether, the what the previous researchers have done is really correct or not. Many a times in India, we are trained whenever we do literature review, we are not trained to challenge what has been published. We are trained to, just accept and cite that whatever has been published. Right? That is our training. That is how we are trained. That do a literature review, find 40 papers, just look at what they've done and simply cite it. So I think what we really need to train our mind and our approach is also look critically into what has been published and try to ask questions, right? Or try to ask questions. Then only we will come to know that what is not known. Yes, Dr. Datta, you want to ask something?
Yes, sir. So just one small query which came to my mind. is how do we know when a problem is too big to conduct research? So how do we develop that art of questioning? So is there some metric is there, or do we follow some protocol for that?
You see the idea, how do you know that, the problem is big or small should not, uh, how exciting is the phenomena that you're interested to study, right? And one phenomena can result into multiple questions, right? Multiple questions. So, we need to look around us that what exactly is really happening, what is shaping around us, and whether, what we are observing has really been answered somewhere in literature. And if you find, okay, I have come across a phenomena which is quite exciting, and the answers are yet to be found, you can break down that issue into multiple, points and see that can multiple questions really come out of it. And for each work, you can pick up a micro issue and take it forward. And if you think, see, ultimately, uh, trying to explain a phenomena through the academic lens, using right kind of, approach and methodology would yield into multiple insights. These days, many journals are not publishing single study papers. So if you come across a phenomena where possibly three or four different perspectives can be covered, and this is what top tier journals, if you read those papers, they are publishing multiple studies in a single paper. So there would be three study, paper, four study paper. So that will give you a lot of, interesting insights. So, asking that is what I'm saying, that also look that what kind of data has been used to examine my topic. Are there any other possible sources of data? Are there problems with the data that have been used? Right? This is another challenge which people in our discipline are facing these days. Right? Even my scholars and I'm also facing that cross-sectional studies. Right? I go and do a survey, do my analysis, and submit the paper to the journal. They are not interested anymore. So they believe that there is the problem with the data itself, right? So how do you know that what can be the other sources of data which can be used to draw meaningful insights? What are the dominant interpretations or findings from your work? Do these dominant interpretations make sense? What kind of relationships have been examined? Are there any other relationships that can be examined? So once start asking questions, a very interesting, beginning point will come. What has been the context? Is the context of my study different? Whether the context has changed itself, right? Again, another important question that you need to ask is what are the major debates on my topic, right? What kind of debates are happening? Many a time we just glance through a paper or only read the abstract and, make an assumption, right? So, what is the discussion and debate happening around my topic? What are the limitations? And what are the alternative frameworks and theories, right? One can really look upon is what you need to, ask questions. So once you ask these questions, a good beginning point happens. But this will only be possible, asking these questions will only be possible if you have, read the work adequately in the domain or in the area that you are interested to do. And for that, there is no substitute. There is no substitute of a good literature review. No substitute for that. And this is something, many times scholars do not invest too much of time, right? Their entire focus straight away moves on to the methodology part. They're more interested in methodology rather than, the literature review. Whereas good beginning, good literature review can, really help you to design your work really well. So this was, our paper which got published in Journal of Travel Research in 2021, 2023. And it took almost 2.5 years to get through it. So again, this all started, from your own experience, right? Experience. One of our teammate, who also is my scholar, Rakesh, went for a, you know, trek in Ladakh on the Zanskar River, on the frozen Zanskar River. And he was there for almost a week and he observed, you know, that people tend over there, it was since it was a highly eco-sensitive zone, the behavior of people was different vis-a-vis when they came back to the core destination. So it all started from there, and we started conceptualizing that is there a site specific environmentally responsible behavior? Do certain sites trigger people to be more responsible as compared to your general responsible behavior? So we started looking at literature. We started, observing that what has been published. So we realized that many existing studies consider that there is nothing called a site specific behavior, whereas in reality, people were behaving like that. So just to, after the first visit, when we started discussing about it, came across certain literature, we developed our own framework using a theory called behavioral reasoning theory, which I'll share that we applied that theory for the first time in technology adoption literature. So I was saying that are there any alternative theories? So people, those who know technology and technology related work, since one of my scholar was working in the area of technology adoption in context of tourism, and we realized that majority of paper which get published either used technology acceptance model or they use something called as UTA-UT or UTA-UT2, and there are studies which use theory of planned behavior. So over there we realized that no, we felt that this theory is not capturing everything. So I came across a theory which was very interesting, and the theory said that even if you believe in something, right, it may not result or translate into real action. So we thought we will apply this theory in this context. So we developed a framework, and after a year, two members of our team went to the site once again. Right, that was the second visit to the same trek. Now we were much more clear. The idea was to go and collect data. So two members went there, and ultimately, we were able to curate a very beautiful paper, which ultimately got published in a A-star category journal. So the idea is that read empirical works, that is in literature review also one form of work that are available is called as the empirical research articles. Second, these days, last 4 5 years, there is an increasing trend of the SLR's systematic literature reviews getting published. So that can be a good beginning for all the research scholars. Understand the art of first reading SLR papers and then also trying to see that what has been covered so far. So that it becomes quite easy for any faculty member or a research scholar to initiate the work after reading the SLR work. So there would be papers like, role of social media, a literature review and research agenda. So lot of SLR and research agenda papers. If there are multiple, pick up all those multiple papers and see that what is the future research agenda they are talking. What is the gaps these papers are reflecting, right? And don't take all these gaps on face value. That is another word of caution from my side. Many a times, there would be reflecting a research gap, but by the time, the paper comes to you or the paper gets published, maybe those research gaps have already been covered, right? Because as I said, that the amount of work that is getting published is so much that by the time you think of something, someone else already publishes it. So this was the theory which I was talking of, behavioral reasoning theory. And why I want to emphasize here is, as I said earlier, it's very important for you to move to journals which are not possibly directly in your domain area. So this can be a trap, right? Many a times, my own scholars, I tell them, don't limit yourself only to journals in the tourism area. Also see what is getting published in management area, the disciplines that are directly associated with you. For example, if you're interested in technology, look into what is getting published in technology journals or human technology interaction journals. If you are interested to understand culture, look that what is getting published in the area of sociology, anthropology, right? If you are interested to study consumer behavior or employee behavior, look into what is getting published in the area of psychology. So you never know what are the recent advances in the domain that can help you to frame the question. You should move into those domains, right? We should not, get trapped only, the journals which are in the domain of our own discipline. For example, people in hospitality would say that I'm only reading papers in the hospitality domain. It will not give you new insights. It may not, really help you to come up with something really new. And if you want to make an impact. So many a times, advances in other discipline can be used in our own discipline, right? Can be used in our own discipline. So for example, this work which was published in organizational behavior and human decision processes, right? I was able to take this to a domain of technology. And since our work got published, number of people started utilizing this theory in various domains, right? So this work, our own work, got cited close to 500 citations we have received for our work, which is very good. Then another type of works that you should look for is what we call as the meta-analysis studies. These are also good beginning points. So apart from SLR, apart from the future research agenda papers, as research scholars, you should also go and explore the meta-analysis studies. Right now, the challenge is uh, with the coming up of generative AI in the last 2 years, the life of this, our own way of working has slightly changed. And rather than going to Google or Google Scholar or journals, we get into a trap of, asking Chat GPT or Gemini or other AI platforms to, present us the data. But that is a big trap, right? That is a big trap. It can help you to structure your thinking, no doubt about it. I'm not against AI. I think it's a wonderful mechanism which can help us to structure our thinking. It can help us to be a good beginning point to how to proceed. So we can ask questions and seek input. But there are certain challenges. What are these challenges? I just want to put a caution to all of you. Uh, the first challenge is what we call as the black box problem. There's a big issue with transparency. We really do not know that whatever has been presented really make any sense or not. And this is what the experts are calling as synthetic scholarship. It's something coming as synthetic scholarships. So actually, we just can't simply rely on that. And another problem that is coming up is what we call as the fictional citations or hallucinations. I have seen that when a scholar cite that work, right? And many a times I ask my own scholars, you have cited this paper, show me this paper. I just want to see that what kind of approach the paper has followed. The scholar doesn't have that paper, right? They say, "नहीं sir, ये हमने तो there was one paper which cited it, so I've picked up from there and I've just written it." So many a times, this generative AI, the AI platforms are creating citations which even do not exist, right? So my advice always remains that if you are citing any work, the art of citation also is not clear to many of the scholars, right? Citation is always about, picking up the essence, finding of the work that you're citing. Rather than, someone would come up and say that we are picking up these lines from this paper and therefore we are citing, we are paraphrasing. I think that's one wrong thing to do, right? So one has to be really very careful, and it's always advisable to go back to the original work and see if you can, get access to the full text paper of that original work, read it, and don't get into the trap of fictional citations. And as AI is developing, a lot of these publishers have also developed enough technology to catch hold of people, those who are using AI to develop the script. So one has to be really careful. One has to be very careful. And the sad part is it's also eroding the critical thinking. It's eroding the critical thinking of many of the young faculty members, which is very bad. And the all these AI platforms also come up with their own bias, what we call as the algorithmic bias, right? So rather than giving a complete picture, they will only be giving a part of the picture, which may not help us to conceptualize or visualize the whole problem. And all of us in India specifically, are always facing this crisis of quantity versus quality. So getting into this trap of, publishing more becomes difficult. So one of the challenge, because of AI, and specifically, when it comes to the literature review part, uh, is, we are not very sure that who owns the content, how authentic the content is. And ultimately, the overall impact is it results into the dilution of the human scholar brand. So therefore, the AI can be is a double-edged sword, right? I'm not saying that don't, ask questions to the AI platform. You should ask questions. The AI platform will give you a lot of interesting insights, but your own critical thinking and your own contribution can only create a wonderful piece of work, can only create a wonderful piece of work. So therefore, it's important to stick to the principles of good academic work. And academics, as I always say, is just like running a marathon. It's not a 100-meter race. It's like running a marathon. It's a very slow process, but as you keep on building your own credibility, as you keep on building your own, you know, it may take time. It's a slow process, but it always adds to the long-term credibility, and that is what human scholar brand has does emerge. So for all the young faculty members, use AI with a lot of caution till the time you are also able to distinguish. So don't fall into the trap of running very fast and then just move out of the race. So now, setting up the context, let me give you certain helpful tips which will also, help you to further take the work forward. So there is no substitute to observation. As I said, if you observe what's happening around you, the real world context, or even the virtual world, right? So there are so many things that are happening in the virtual world. Someone who observes and wonders, right? Ask questions, conducts experiment, explore the world, uses to listen to ideas, share ideas, is someone, would emerge as a winner. So the first thing that, you really need to be as an academician is, I don't know how many of you seen this series, but 100% of you must have seen this movie, Sholay. right? So what I always believe is that a good work is, like presenting a wonderful story, right? And the one of the recent stories that, the entire country is fascinated is Dhurandhar, right? So Dhurandhar. So how can you create a Dhurandhar of your research paper? So what makes series like this Money Heist on Netflix or Sholay or Dhurandhar really very engaging is that there is a clear cut storyline of a movie or of a series, right? So there's a clear cut storyline, and the way the various characters have been embedded, the way the screenplay has been done, it engages you for the complete period of time, right? So Durandar being a movie which is even more than 3 hours, it engages the audience. So same is the case with your research paper, right? The art of writing, you have to ensure that you engage, you engage the audience, the prospective. The first level is, of course, you need to engage the reviewers, that they are interested to read your paper and give you good feedback, right? The If you listen to the editors and the reviewers of the paper, 80% of the time, 80% of the time, the reviewer will not go beyond the introduction section, right? So immediately after introduction, they will get a feel that there is nothing this paper has to offer, right? So if the trailer is not good, nobody is going to watch the movie, right? Even if your methodology is best, even if you believe that your findings are great, but if your introduction part and the way you have structured, have you been able to highlight the gap very, very assertively? Have you been able to, identify and write down that what is the gap that you're trying to address? What is your going to be the approach that you're trying to address? And how these findings will really help, right? So you have to excite the editorial team and the reviewers to proceed further. So we have to be a good storyteller, right? But the art of writing a research paper, the way you need to present it, you also need to learn that art, right? And how will you learn that art? The only way to learn that art is to read more, right? The more you read, see how people, structure their thought. How do they integrate their thought one after the other? What should be written first? What should, come later? The only way to, learn that art is by reading papers which are published in top tier journals. Again, I'll emphasize, I tell my scholars read papers which are published in A-star category journals, and I also warn them that you will not understand 60% of what they are trying to tell. Don't worry about it. Right? Initial phase, I tell them you will not understand anything that they written in the methodology. Don't worry about it. Just read it out. Right? Just read it out. So I remember when I started my academic journey, I used to read at least two research papers every day, right? So that gives you a lot of confidence. There is no substitute of good reading. And once you start reading, you will understand the knack of how to write, right? How to write. Though we come from a nation where English is not a first language, so that is another challenge, as we normally face. And many of the, review process editors would always tell that, get it professionally read from some other. But then slowly and gradually you learn that art. There is no, you don't have to worry. So a few tips, I'll be sharing few tips with you. One is we always need to, as research scholars, we should always find that what is the optimal environment that we need to write. So each one of us have our own space. So finding that space is very important. And the next step is to go and design the research very carefully. So it's always advisable that pick up, topics which are contemporary. My advice always remains that pick up an issue that is going to remain relevant for at least next 3 to 5 years. Don't pick up something that has already been well researched in last 20 years, 15 years, because you will not have anything new to say. Finding any new thing to say would be quite challenging. And relevant topic you'll only pick up when you are closely watching what's happening around you, right? So for those who are interested in, say, for example, in the hospitality domain, right? So what are the new emerging trends among the people, right? So say, for example, recently, if you observe the Gen Z, the younger generation have become very, particular about what to eat, what not to eat, right? So does it provide any new opportunities? If yes, what kind of opportunities would be made available to the entire hotel industry, to the restaurant industry, right? Are they looking for different kind of experiences? For example, yesterday we were out for a dinner at a place, which uh, was, not very formal, yet formal, and a place, which also provided a space where the youngsters could, play live games, not the video games, but the live games. And what is making people to, move or explore such kind of places? So if you start observing what's happening around you and you believe that it's a trend, right? So what we need to is we need to go and identify trends, because trends remain for a slightly longer period of time, and then start working around it. So once as I said, that if you observe something, go back to the literature and see whether anything of this sort has been addressed, right? Then you will be asking the right questions. And very soon very easily you can find the gap. I never tell, my advice that you first read and then find the gap. Observe, go back to literature, again observe, come back to literature, and that's how, you start finding a meaningful gap. And then minor additions or nudges to prior literature, right, generally are not considered to be very substantive contributions. So normally people say that, I'm just trying to replicate this study in India, this was done in Germany, or I'm just adding a new variable to the framework. They're not, they do not get space. However, I'll not discourage. We also need to keep doing this kind of work. I also, sometimes tell isko bhi karo or isko bhi karo. So do both kind of things. So something in the paper must be original, and that originality, defining that originality is one of the biggest challenge. And if you're able to do it, half of the game is done. Only build on top quality papers in the literature, right? So you should know that what to read and what not to read, right? Justify your theoretical choices, as I've said earlier, and it should say you have to synchronize everything, right? So it's like all singing, all dancing. Everything has to be consistent, right? So if you're reading it, as I said, you have to make it engaging right from the beginning. How do you integrate? How do you build up your story, right? So that everything remains in loop. It should not happen that one paragraph is talking of something else, other is talking of something else, and there is no link. This also happens. So reveal your research questions early in study, right? And the research questions hypothesis should be capable of getting operationalized or measured. This is another important thing. And method and methodology, right? Need to be described in sufficient detail to allow another research to replicate the study. So writing research is राइट समथिंग वेरी चैलेंजिंग. लिखने का टाइम नहीं मिलता, मुश्किल लगता है. देयर कम फेजेस वेयर इट्स फाइंडिंग डिफिकल्ट टू राइट, बट we need to find time, right? And it's a trap. Once we are in job, we always feel कि time ही नहीं होता. It's so difficult. How do I get time? So say for example, I try to utilize my weekends for my research work. It's important to write for international audience, right? So right from the beginning, if you're catering to a top tier journal, you need to write for the international audience. And your art of persuasion in writing has to be there so that editors, reviewers, and readers buy your idea, right? So it's just like selling your idea to all the possible stakeholders. Smart titles, of course, are value adding. So the choice remains with you, right? The second tip is the title and abstract, right? So title of the work, right, should also substantiate the quality of work. It should not happen the title is too fancy and once you enter the paper, there's nothing else. The work comes first, the title comes later. And of course, the abstract has to be written at the end. And abstract is something, writing the entire idea in less words is even more challenging. So judge where to start your story. How do you start your story? See, the ideal story is always, develop a story at a higher level and then coming to the detailed exposition. So, first, if you can present an idea, okay, this is something is which is emerging. This is something which has not been covered by any research. Very crisply, citing the latest work and seeing that, there is something really interesting which needs to be explored. While writing, we say that hygiene really matters. So we just can't afford, punctuation errors, spelling errors, referencing many a times, we take it very, very casually. If you're following an APA style, it has to be followed, in full spirit. Every reference has to be written very clearly. So hygiene factor really matters. And another thing, which normally, is a problem that comes is that you have cited some work in text, but there is no reference at the end. Or you have written a reference, but there is no citation in text. So what is the fun of writing that reference? Right? Journals would always ask you for a DOI of that paper. And for example, some work, says that the paper was published in 2024 and you write 2024, whereas in reality, the work got published in 2025. So how do you know? For every reference, my advice always remains go to the original link using DOI, go to the original work, and ensure that the title, the name of the authors, the name of the volume, issue, DOI is exactly and correctly spelled in the first instance. Right? So, say for example, someone sends me a paper where my own work is cited, and when I look at my citation and see the paper has not been cited clearly. Of course, it annoys. After all, reviewers are also human beings. Unless and until we don't know 5 years from now everything AI is going to do, we do not know. So ensure that your work also moves logically from A to B, B to C, and so on, so that it moves. As I said, into writing the introduction, there is something what we call as the funnel shape. Worked on funnel shape work is something. What is the funnel shape? First, it's important to, hook the attention getter, right? Why, something exciting is happening. And then narrow down the topic and move on to the thesis statement is what we call. So, uh, many times, it's always a good idea that you pick up 20, 25 papers, only read the introduction part and try to break that how people, write introduction. Because papers which are published have impressed the reviewers and editors, right? And therefore they are published. So find out the structure, how people have written the introduction part, which made, people to really move forward. So once you decode that formula, just apply that formula for your own work. Papers with variety, text, and diagrams are more interesting to read rather than, simpling this. As I said, look at how other authors design their tables and diagrams. So there is no harm, picking up the best practices, just trying to understand them, papers which look more fascinating in terms of the presentation. Of course, journal guidelines have to be adhered to. You just can't, compromise on the guidelines by the journal. That has to. So it says the right to pass the armchair test, right? So one should feel, moving ahead and reading the paper. Language and tone should be professional, academic. So here the challenge, of course, comes for people, especially us, where English is not a first language. So these are minor, checkpoints that we need to learn. The art, craft of writing abstracts. I've already shared my thought on this. So summarize your paper in 3 sentences, right? So it's in abstract. What is the research problem? What are you doing? Why is this problem important? Right? This is again very important. Who cares about this problem? So you need to, you have identified a problem without telling that why this problem is important. Again, we'll leave a gap. And what are you going to do to address this problem? So, 3 parts, right? Looks very simple. But if you're able to put your thought into these 3 questions, you'll see that the probability of your paper really moving forward increases. So, what are you doing? Who cares about that particular problem? And how are you going to address it? Right? If these three comes right in the beginning, right, it generates interest. Of course, methods are equally important, no doubt about it, right? Uh, it provides a cookbook for studies ingredients. So methodology is very important. Of course, we just can't cover. I'm sure the FDP would have bring in some lot of interesting experts going to talk about this methodology. And somewhere, I feel that many a times once the introduction is done, literature review is done, your methodology part is done, your findings are presented, that is the time where, the researchers get exhausted and tired. And then, their work becomes slightly shoddy, right? Because, a lot of energy has gone so far. And now you think that I've got the answer and that's enough, right? So that is where another problem begins. We have to ensure that our findings are presented very logically, very beautifully, followed by a detailed interpretation of your findings and implications of the findings. Right? Who is interested in the findings of your work? Right? So the good papers, if you see of top journals, would be devoting as much space to the post findings interpretation as they have given to the literature review section. So what, after finding your work, how do you write that? How do you bring down the implications based on literature review? How do you identify gaps? How do you give future sense of direction to the next researchers? Is something that you have to think. So therefore, based on my own experience, I've realized that when you initiate the work, you should have a clear mental map of what kind of implications are you anticipating from your work. Based on scenario one, if these are the findings, what is the implication you are trying to tell? If you get scenario two, these findings, what is that you're trying to tell? So that, perspective has to be built in right at the inception. So therefore, the question is that you need to explain why your research really matters. You need to tell it to the audience, tell it to the reviewers, tell it to the editor that why your research really matters, right? So, right, limitations is another section, right? Limitations is another section where, you should be frank enough to acknowledge the limitations and be very candid about it. There's no problem in it. The tables and figures, right, should be self-explanatory. This is another thing that, how well you are able to compress tables. Minimum tables, maximum information, beautifully, embedded. If there are figures that you intend to use, again, they should be self-explanatory, as much information as can be put it into it. So this can also be learned by just observing how, good papers tend to present their finding. Table presentation itself is an art. How do you compress multiple information into a single table is also what you need to learn. Don't forget to cite leaders in the field, right? You should know that who are the top researchers working in your domain. And if you miss out on those, top papers or top leaders, which means you're not well read, that itself will give an indication. You never know that your work ultimately goes to the leader in that field. And leader, someone who is very well versed with how the field has progressed, will immediately reject, you know. I've already said that your citation referencing style should be, every citation should be perfectly, read that. It's uh conferencing is always considered to be good. In India, the sad part is the number of good quality conferences have reduced considerably, right? So conferencing have become more like, networking, having this thing. But if you get a chance and if you can afford, there is always a good idea to take your work to a leading conference in the world. Find out which are the best conferences in your domain. And of course, assuming that you have adequate funding opportunity available, there is no harm in it. And many a times, I have realized it's always, there's no harm in investing in a good conference, depending upon, how much you can do. I remember that me and one of my research scholar, we went to the American Marketing Association conference in 2016 to US to present our work, and we invested money on it. The idea was that let us go to a top tier platform and see what are the latest trends and how people, the top academicians, really work. And the benefit of that conference, just got accrued to one of my scholars, the one who went with me. Though I was in a permanent job, so I prefer to stay. But his academic journey really took off from that conference. He was able to make an impact, went to another institution. Now, currently, he's faculty in UK with a leading business school. So that conference, resulted into a great opportunity for him because he was able to, make an impression that there is someone who is doing a good work. So conferencing your work is always precursor. Many times you get good suggestions to your work. And if you do not intend to go to conferences, small groups where, academic discussion and discourse happens can also be good. I've already, warned you. It's important to go back to the original source, right? Always remember this. Otherwise, fictitious citations or hallucinations or wrong work can, even if you have good work, but if the citations are not well, can result into a problem. Authorship is something, one needs to be really ethical in our work. Uh, in India, many a times there is always this debate who will be the first author. And if the scholar has done considerable amount of work, why should the supervisor be the first author? Or someone, who has not even contributed becomes part of the team. As far as possible, it's our own guiding principle. It's our own ethical practice. We should avoid, doing this as much as possible. Because as I said earlier also, academics is like running a marathon. We need to go slow and steady, build your own credibility, and then, the takeoff really happens. So, always better two heads are more. If English is not your first native language, you can have a co-author, but not necessary, right? Not necessary. Do not be a free rider and do not encourage anyone who wants to be a free rider, right? जिसने काम ही नहीं किया, why should someone, be part of the team? Avoid predatory co-authors. This is another challenge, that we are facing. I also, keep getting requests that, we want to put your name or if you can help us, don't do that. right? Some of the journals, where you send your paper, you get a rejection, then you'll get an email that, your work is good. If you want to take me in, you do that, right? Don't try to do that. So authorship issues is again, your own code of conduct. Try to do that. I've already, uh, choice of journal, define a list of target journal, right? Rejections do happen, but it should not really affect you. It's an opportunity to reflect back on your paper and see how you can do. So they should be polished first and identify whether there is a fit between the journal objectives and your paper. Then only submit it. Otherwise, the risk of being desk rejected increases. Off late, desk rejections have really increased considerably. Uh, don't try to publish and pay to publish journals, right? Don't do that, right? As far as possible, don't do that. Okay, then I've already done this. Overcome the fear of rejection. There is no shame in rejection, so don't worry, right? I know that it's very, very disappointing because the amount of hard work that we put in, and once we send a journal, it gets desk rejected. That's even better. But many a times, even after reviews, first review, second review, right? One of our other paper, which finally got published in another A-star journal. Uh, the paper went for, 3 rounds of review, and ultimately, we were able to address all the questions raised by reviewers. But in the last stage, once it after clearing 3 rounds, the editor-in-chief of that journal, wrote a mail to us that I'm still not very convinced to publish this paper. Right after 3 rounds of review, right, when we received this email from editor-in-chief, it was, quite demotivating for us. While we were expecting a acceptance mail, we received this mail that the editor is not very convinced. And he raised few questions. So we took a pause, right? Our team took a pause and we thought that we just can't let it go like this. We spent another 15 days to, find out answers to the questions raised by the editor. And finally, thankfully, we were able to convince the editor and the work got published. So this fear of rejection is quite obvious, right? Quite obvious, but don't feel ashamed about it. Many a times, on LinkedIn platform, people will only be talking about here their acceptance, right? Submitting a paper, write a convincing cover letter. Many times, we just take this too casually, especially the cover letter. Responding to reviewers, don't get frustrated. I've already shared this. It becomes quite frustrating because once we write any paper, we think that we have written the best. But it's only good journals which will, give you an opportunity to reflect back, review, and resubmit. So getting an RRR review and resubmit is still a happy news. So embrace the reviewer comments with a positive mindset, right? And respond to reviewers comment point by point, sentence by sentence. So art of, responding to reviewers is also an art. Writing a paper is one art, but once, you receive a review and how do you respond to that review is again an art. And if you're able to do it convincingly, uh, right, it gets. So getting papers published take long time. Often, sometimes these days, it's finding 1.5 year to 2 years, and it can be quite frustrating. So it's always advisable that prepare a pipeline. So the pipeline is always happy, right? If your paper is rejected, address all reviewer comments before targeting another journal. So, I've also experienced it that you get so frustrated that you don't even read what the reviewers have said and you immediately submit it to another journal. So once you have received any comments, take a pause, right? Give it a break. Don't look at that paper for a couple of days. Then open it, read those comments and see if you can improve your work before submitting to the another journal. So this is somewhat like a pipeline. If you have a pipeline, it always helps you So if your pipeline gets dry, right, and it happens many times, so then you have to wait. So, the review process, if you look at this picture on a lighter road, they're all ready to hit you hard. But it's the art. It's the art that if you can, just pass through the review process, your work gets accepted. Some of the, statistics I wish to share that 33%, this was one of the journal which published that 33% of the paper got rejected because of the problematic research design, and 24% because of lack of contribution to the knowledge, right? So know that why are people getting rejected. This is for one of the paper, we submitted few years ago, and despite publishing, the comments which I got, sorry for being negative, but the faults cannot be salvaged. The author should learn the proper way of conducting academic research, right? So despite, publishing, uh, we got this comment. Though another reviewer said that overall this paper addresses timely issue and is adequate for publication in International Journal of Contemporary Hospitality Management. I will make few suggestions. So while one reviewer is, being positive, another reviewer can be very harsh and even say that आपको तो आता ही कुछ नहीं, you don't know how to write. So how do you handle this? How do you handle this rejection? Of course, it looks one gets very annoyed, but then one has to take your forward. So I'll just be, winding up. Time is also running out. So at the end, I'll say that celebrate your success, but find some humor in your failures too. Don't feel really bad about it. For example, this is one of our paper which got published in A category journal, right? And this was the first paper which we published using behavioral reasoning theory. I remember when, I completed this work, I submitted this paper to one of the national conferences in India, right? Though with a prestigious institute. And the conference organizers rejected this paper that it's not worth presenting. I really got annoyed. And, the comments were that you have not used the right theory, your approach is wrong. I don't know who reviewed that paper for a conference. And I thought, I was convinced that I have done a good job. And I straight away submitted this paper to a category journal. And within a short span of time, I got a feedback. And I had to do only one round of review process. And finally, the paper got published. Right. So sometimes, it's not necessary that the kind of feedback you're getting just reflects upon the quality of your work. If you're convinced that you have identified a good piece of work, maybe your art of presentation is not right and you can do something, better, you still can take the work forward. So, one should enjoy this. Research should be fun and it should feel like, geeking out. So one has to become a geek in order to, take it really forward. Right. So I'll just wind up with this quote that as I started with the disclaimer, I'm not here to teach anyone anything. As Socrates said, I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. So I think that was the objective of my work as well. In short span of time, everything cannot be covered, but I've given you a broad framework in terms of how you should approach your research work. And it's a serious business. Of course, fun element can be added once you start enjoying it. Of course, with the passage of time, it's an art which you learn. Uh, and especially in the present times where AI is trying to, tell everyone that I have answers to all queries and humans do not will become extinct. I don't believe that. I still feel that as humans, our power will always be more than the power of machines. It's just that, we need to follow the right approach and accordingly we can take it forward. So I'm open to questions now. We can have a few questions, maybe three, four questions, and then I'll take leave. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll leave in another 3 or 4 minutes. So over to the participants. Yeah, Dr. Vivek.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So over to the participants. If they have
Yes,
any query, any questions, or any observation or their own experience,
yes, sir.
if they wish to share, I'll happy to, learn from others as well.
Yeah, Dr. Subhashri, you want to ask some question?
Yes, thank you so much for this wonderful session, Dr. Anil. So I just wanted to know one thing. We are working upon qualitative research. I'm a faculty in Amity Institute of Travel Tourism only.
Wonderful.
And my domain, basically, I work upon tea tourism, niche tourism. So we are working upon qualitative paper. So recently, we have submitted one paper based upon stakeholder perspective, and we are getting rejection from, we have got rejection from 6 journals. All the state was that it is not matching with the journal perspective. So we are confused in this part, where we have to submit the journal, which journal we need to, how can we identify that, Professor? We need to know that.
See, I'm really happy that, the future of qualitative research is very bright. So I think the domain that you're picking up is very good. What you really need to look at into is, uh, before submit the paper to any journal. A simple piece of advice would be that go back and see that what kind of papers the journal have published in the past. Right? So say for example, there can be two approaches. One approach can be look at the papers which a journal has published using qualitative research. How do they structure their paper? Right? Is your paper trying to match that structure? One, not in terms of content, but of course, in terms of coverage of the elements that they're looking at. That is one thing. Second is, all the journals would also love to see that the papers published in the journals get cited. So, one is cosmetically looking at whether, the structure of my work really matches with what the journal has published in the past, should be your one approach. Second, in terms of citation, ensure that, the work gets cited. And of course, the quality and structure of your own work should be rigorous enough, right? So I really do not know how you have approached the methodology and everything. That has to be, that has to match to the guidelines of it. And many a times, you can, once you look into the already published work in that journal, that will also give you an opportunity to align your work, which, helps the, at least the first round gets cleared. It should not be desk rejected. Let the paper go to the reviewer first. So one has to be very smart. You'll have to play slightly smartly over there, in order to ensure that the paper moves to the next direction. Right? So that is my submission. Or maybe, for example, look at, your own citation, the citation, that the paper that you are citing, right? Prepare a list of journals where the existing papers have been published. So maybe, those journals are interested. And among those journals, you can pick up the best one, because they have been publishing those papers in the past, which means they have an inclination to take such kind of papers. So that can be another strategy.
Can I request the IT support to switch on the mics of all the participants so they can ask the question directly? Yeah, Dr. Niharika Singh has raised.
Yeah,
Uh,
please. Yes, Dr. Niharika, you want to ask something?
yes,
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good
Sir,
morning.
my question is somehow like related to the picture of someone who's like, see, I'm having my specialization in HR. I have done my MBAs and everything in HR, but my research interest lies in tourism. I love to work on a tourism domain. So I just want to know, how it's like how it could be seen in an academia that if you're working somewhere and would it affect the career of that
Not,
person later on in future?
not at all, ma'am. Not at all. See, you need to look at like this. One is the functional expertise, right? So you say you are in HR.
Yeah.
Tourism is a context, right? So it's an industrial context. Hotel management is an industrial context. So in tourism also, there are so many HR issues, there are marketing issues, there are finance issues. It really doesn't affect, right? So if you really look into, who is publishing specifically from India, if you look at the trend in last 4 5 years, who is publishing in the tourism domain in the top tier journals? So you'll find out that many faculty members, those who are in IIMs or management institutes, are taking the advantage and publishing in the tourism domain. So it really doesn't affect. I don't believe that it's going to have any kind of impact in your career if you're able to bring those concepts and take it to a particular journal which the journal feels appropriate and is published. I don't see any issue in that. I really don't see an issue in that. However, with the passage of time, you can build up your own expertise and start contributing in that domain, which will help you. That's my take.
Thank you, sir. It was really an interesting session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We can take one or two questions more, sir. Right, sir?
Yeah, Dr. Datta. So
Okay.
another 2 3 minutes.
Sir, may I ask?
Yeah, Dr. Panduranga,
Okay,
please.
yes, thank you, sir. It was wonderful session, so we got a lot of insight from your lecture, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I just want to have a small doubt. So when we are preparing our introduction to the research paper, that is literature review. So generally, for say, I'm writing a paper on quantitative data. So generally, we create a framework using a literature review. But we also need to add in the introduction the theories existing in the theory, or only
Pardon?
literature review is enough.
No. See, if you are trying to use any theory, which is always better, right? Looking into a problem for a theoretical perspective always adds credibility to your work. So while you are building up the literature review, and if you are falling back on a theory, it's always a good idea to have one section on that theory, which gives, the latest perspective on what that theory is all about and why do you think that theory is relevant to your work and how the choice of theory also needs to be justified, right? So there can be 5 different theories which can help to explain the same phenomenon. But you are choosing one theory over other theories. Why do you think that theory A is better than B, C, and D? So you need to also build an argument that why you are picking up this theory. So that is always desirable.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
So right, Dr.
So
Datta,
I
if you
think
comment,
because of the paucity of time, I would request Dr. Babasaheb to just propose a vote of thanks because sir is also busy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to propose a vote of thanks. So, in the first session, we are having with us Dr. Anil Gupta, like he's a professor of marketing and director of School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, University of Jammu, and he conducted an important session on publishing impactful research. So, sir has taken us through like a different phases in the research, like sharing his own experiences. Again, like he has given a very important advice on like AI, like how we can use the AI, what are the challenges that as like researchers are facing because of use of AI in a research domain. And like I am also thankful, like he has shared many important tips in terms of like how to publish research papers in quality research journals. So I thank you, sir. Again, I thank to all the participants for your patience listening. And just before winding up this session, I request everyone please turn on your cameras to for a group photo. We will have a group photo with our guest speaker. I request everyone please turn on your camera so that we will have a group photo for this session.
Is it done?
1 minute, so one more. Just I'll request all the participants to please kindly turn on your cameras. We are having a group photo. And just to finish up this session, I would like to give you important instructions, some guidelines to all the participants. Like, you need to maintain the attendance of 80% for this entire FDP sessions to get the certificate. Again, the end of every session, we will be sharing with you MCQs, the evaluation part for each session. So all the participants, they have to go for this MCQs. Again, for eligibility criteria for getting the certificate, like 60% marks are like considered as a benchmark for you to score, like in order to get the certificate. And after end of the each session, we will be sharing with you a feedback form as well. Like, you need to fill it, that feedback form. And as far as the question and answer session is concerned, so after end of the each session, we will be moving with the question and answer session. And just kindly like maintain the discipline, the decorum of all the FDP sessions. So thank you. That's it from our side.
Thank you so much, sir, for the
Thank
insightful
you.
session.
Thank you,
So
Dr.
much.
Datta. Thank you, Professor Dr. Babasaheb. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you,
Namaskar,
sir.
namaskar.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, see you by 1:50. Like, kindly join the sessions 10 minutes before. So in the afternoon session, we'll be having a lecture by Professor Dr. Amit Gangotia, and he'll be talking about triangulation and ethical aspects in research. Thank you. See you in the afternoon session.
I'll request IT support to close the session, please. Management at the Central University of Himachal Pradesh. With a rich background in teaching, research, and academic leadership, he has contributed extensively to tourism education, experiential learning, sustainable and community-based tourism, smart tourism, Dr. Amit has published widely across top-tier journals listed in ABDC, Scopus Index, and Web of Science. He has established himself as a leading academic voice in tourism and travel management. So without further ado, I would request Sir to begin the session. Over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you so very much. Uh,
The voice is not coming through, sir.
there is
Some 2 minutes back, it was fine.
good you.
Yeah, not yet, sir. The voice is not coming through.
Just give me a second. Let me my place. Just give me a second, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, that is. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. It's fine.
All right. Thank you so very much, and my apologies for some technical glitch over there. So first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Vivek Dattaji, a good friend of mine, and the whole team of MIT Mumbai, especially the organizers, for inviting me over here for this particular FDP program. And I'd like to congratulate for picking up this wonderful topic, which is very contemporary, related to triangulation. So I was supposed to speak on this particular topic in particular, but then there was a request from the organizers that I should speak on something which belongs to all of us, and I think which is a very, very important topic. So, in next 1 and 2 hours, I'll be speaking on a topic which is bias, transparency, and fairness. That is ethical AI practices for the researchers. Friends, as we all understand that that is uh, just assure me that if you can see my screen over there. Are you able to see my screen over there?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. So very good afternoon, all the participants. So in next 1.5 hours, I'll be speaking on this very important topic, which concerns all of us, that the ethical usage and practices for researchers of AI. Now, as we all understand that we are living in the world which is changing very, very fast. And as we look at the changing world order also today, the wars has been fought with the help of AI, as we have seen during this war, which is going on also. Claude and Anthropic, these are some buzzwords which are there, which are making headlines all over. That simply means that AI is the next big thing which is there and which will stay here now forever. First of all, I like to give this disclaimer to all the participants present over there that all the opinions which I'm going to make in next 1 or 2 hours. So these are totally my opinions and not to be generalized regarding the use of AI or the ban of no AI. The topic still remains to be very, very contentious. It remains to be very debatable, and that needs deliberation and personal organizations' discussions by the scholars, students, teachers, and the organization and universities regarding this particular topic. But then I'll be throwing a light on this particular topic with the help of, I'll be taking you through some hands-on things also over there, that how AI and what is the importance of AI for all of us. So, friends, so I'd like to ask you a few questions before I start. So, do you really think that usage of AI by the students in colleges, universities should be banned? So, I'd like to have your answers in the chat section, or maybe you can just turn on your mic and you can answer this. Quickly respond to this question. Do you really think that usage of AI by the students in colleges, in higher education institutes should be banned? What is your take on this?
I'll request the participants to put the answers in the chat box, please.
Yes, please. I like to have this session to be more of a two-way exercise, like a dialogue, like a discussion, more of interactive session, rather than like a monologue. Yes, please. What is your opinion on this?
So Dr.
Anyone?
Niharika is writing, not completely banned, but we should learn how to ethically use it.
All right, Niharika. Anyone else like to answer this? All right. Let me take you through now, whether you like it or you don't like it. So AI is the reality of the day, and we need to learn to adapt and live with it. Now, as I have told you in the beginning itself, that even the wars are no fought with the help of new age technology and of course AI, agentic AI, and you talk about the likings of Anthropic, or you talk about say no Claude code or anything else. So all these are part and parcel of the new generation technology, and we need to understand that the way we used to use Google in earlier times, the same is a thing that we need to understand that uh, if we'll ban this, so it will not work for the simple reason because AI is everywhere today. Now, students can easily access AI tools outside campus. So enforcing a total ban is totally unrealistic. So that is not going to happen anyways because students are this Gen Z when we talk about and coming generation Gen Alpha when we talk about. So they are so good in adopting technology and they are so fascinated with technology that we cannot just ban it. And I don't find any point of banning this also. It will be more like a missed opportunity because AI can support learning, brainstorming, coding help, accessibility for differently no abled students also, and ban simply blocks the positive usage of or the adoption of technology. Of course, there is a shadow of plagiarism which is there. So instead of banning, university can teach students, as Niharika has just mentioned, that how to use AI responsibly. Citing AI, is it possible? Verifying accuracy, is it possible? Or what needs to be done? So definitely, then we are heading towards something. If we'll ban it, so this is more like the world of have and have-nots. We already live in a world of paradoxes where we are having no people with have and have nots, and technology people with technology and without technology, people who are using AI, people who are not using AI, people who are using technology to be checks to use fundamental that AI is there and it is existing and it will stay there. So, what needs to be done then? So, Datta sir, can you hear me? I can't see anyone on the screen.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You're audible.
Okay. Please stop me wherever my slides are not moving or if I'm not audible. Okay. So my question to the audience, another question I like to pose all of you is that how do you feel if a terrorist is holding a gun in front of someone like this? So obvious answer would be you will feel scared, you will feel intimidated, and you won't feel comfortable, and you will be looking down to save your life. Now look at this. What if you see a soldier holding a gun like this? So I think the situation will change. You will feel more secured if some soldier is standing in front of you or anywhere with the weapon in hand. So definitely that gives us no ample no confidence, and that actually no take us on a different platform or mindset altogether, that we are in a secure environment. So my question over here is that is it a fault of a weapon or a person who is holding this weapon? Yes, please. See, as I have told you, I won't be going one way. It has to be more of an interactive session, and I like all of you to participate in this. Yes, please. So is it a fault of a weapon or the person holding this weapon, please? Anyone?
Sir,
Yes,
in
please.
chat, we have one reply from Dr. Rama Verma, person holding that weapon.
So, like, in AI for all of it. And if you are using, then you use it with some for some purpose, like a weapon in hand, like you are a soldier who is holding a particular weapon. Now, again, that that ethical usage should be research scholar, teachers, university. Do you really think that this needs a type of chaos over there? Yes, please. Scholars, some scholars, some young answer this. Do you really think that of AI taught?
Yes, sir. Yes is the answer from majority of them.
Yes. Okay. So my next question to you is that anyone amongst the audience or the participants who have learned some AI tools, research AI tools, or you are using those tools? Anyone? You can just type in a chat section, or you can unmute yourself and just give me reply on the same. Any one of you using some type of AI tools today? We are not judging you over here. I'm just taking you through with a very, very important aspect, very, very important paradigm of research, because research has no taken a different paradigm no in today's world. And unless we answer this, unless we are going, we are talking about learning. We are talking about no. If you look at no. big business schools or some of the Western universities, they started with the prompt engineering also today. What exactly that indicates? Now, before I just move ahead, I'd like to show you two papers over there. Now, can you see my screen over there? Hello.
Yeah, the last slide is the same one, sir. Do you think the ethical usage of AI should be taught to students, research scholars in college
Okay,
universities?
okay, just a minute. I think I need to now. If you can you see my different screen now?
Yes,
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 sir.
yes. Yeah.
Right. So if you look at this now, this is a one of the papers I was going through innovation in education and no teaching international. Now this is one of the reputed journals, and they have published and many more like this. So. They have published this paper, Chatting and Cheating, Ensuring Academic Integrity in the Era of Chat GPT. Now, this is a must-read paper by all the practitioner, all the academicians. The way they have written this particular paper, and that actually throw up a very important light on the way it has to be used. But the most important, part remains to be there that now the AI is there and it's existing and it's a complete reality today. Let me show you another paper. Now, look at this. This is again journal, a very, very important, very no, reputed journal, international journal of qualitative methods. Uh, they have published this paper in 2025, Thematic Analysis and Artificial Intelligence, a step-by-step process for using Chat GPT in thematic analysis. What exactly that means? That simply means that people have adopted this to be a part of new innovation and the tech driven thing over there. But then the most alarming thing which remains to be there, which needs to be checked by all of us, is that are we using it ethically? So I'll come down to that particular part also in my for the presentation. I'll be presenting on this particular uh, thing. So I'll be explaining you that how and where we can use it. Uh,
So
no,
we are, I
let me,
think we are again stuck on the same slide. Huh?
no,
Okay, now it's moving. Huh? So,
okay.
yeah, yeah, yes, yeah.
All right. So this is if I talk about the consensus framework. So first and foremost thing which remains to be there is human accountability. Now AI is just a tool. AI is just a tool. Liability remains 100% human. Now this is just a technology. Now the way we used to have this no maybe the Google search or maybe some other type of data searches or other searches over there. So this is just like that, and we need to understand that the accountability liability remains to be with the 100% human. Second important part is absolute transparency. You need to have a disclosure in the new standard of originality, because if you're using this, so you have to disclose that particular thing. And I'll just dissect that particular thing, how you are going to just disclosure, how it needs to be done. Then risk and integrity management, so proactive defensive against a novel technological vulnerabilities that needs to be taken care of. Then first and most pillar over there is that the authorship rule. AI cannot be listed as an author of a paper. Many a time people ask that can we list AI as a no author? So answer is no, because the simply answer is no, because there is no legal entity behind this, because AI cannot take responsibility of the submitted work or the no maybe the asserted conflicts of interest, COIs, which are there. So onus lies with, that simply means that the onus lies with the no human beings only. This is just a technology copyright no this ineligible. So AI cannot manage license agreements or hold intellectual property. So that needs to be taken care by the human beings. Absolute liability. So human authors are 100%, they bear 100% liability for AI generated errors, maybe the hallucinations or the breach of any publication ethics. Though that has to be kept very, very clearly in mind before you use any of the AI tools over there. So then is this is a human in loop imperative. So simply uh, intersection which need they need to scrutinize. If you write something in no chat GPT search engine, they create questions, right? Chaotic stuffs also over there. So their interception needs to be done with the help of researchers or incompleteness or the completeness of the topic which has been searched, because this is just a LLM which is working behind it, but then that interception needs to be taken care of. Then as human modification, content is substantially rephrased, verified and aligned within the author's original expertise. And final submission, so output is an entity owned. Now this is very important. Now whatever you are doing, so your output is entirely owned and accountable to the human researcher. So ऐसा नहीं है कि you are using AI and you are just no maybe generating data and you are just compiling it. So onus lies with you. This is again, I have said that this is just a tool in your hand which can help you a number of ways. So redefining plagiarism as concealment. So identify the tool which explicitly name the model, version, manufacturer which you have used, define the scope where you have used it. So you have to no conceal that particular thing. No concealment has to be there. No, you have to very clearly elucidate in your transcripts also. Like I have shown you these papers. So if you read these papers, they have clearly no. This is very interesting. I'll just take you once again to the these slides of just a minute. So if you look at this particular, these papers also, so you'll clearly understand that there is something. Sir, can you see my screen over there? Are you able to see my screen?
Not at the moment, sir.
Just a minute, sir. Now?
It's appearing now. Not yet. Yeah. Yes, thematic analysis and artificial intelligence. Yes.
So now, if you read these papers, so they have clearly mentioned over there that where they have used it, how they have used it, and what they have, everything. So it has to be, please read these papers and you'll have a clear understanding on this. So this is very important. As I was telling you that now this is the most important part of today's presentation. That usage I will teach you that कैसे आपको use करना and how it is going to help you. But then you need to understand that you have to use it with utmost responsibility. Responsibility, because that final application, everything lies with you. So you have to define the scope. You have to provide the prompt where applicable, report the specific prompt used for maybe elicit that AI responses. If good journals, good paper, they are even writing down these prompts which has been used. So managing noble integrity risks, so data privacy and re-identification. Now this is very important. That is the third pillar, which means that inputting sensitive or personal data into public LLMs, large language models, no, they risk exposing confidential research. AI model can re-identify supposedly anonymous data. So you have to be very careful that if you have a manuscript, don't put it straight away on some AI platforms, because that is not recommended at all. Then because there are some automated biases which are there. AI model amplifies structural biases from training data, potentially, marginalizing the underrepresented research communities. So that needs to be again taken care of. Then is hallucination and of course citation hackings. So that is there. So this again needs to be taken very care of, very well care of. Then, of course, that remains to be there, which is model developers, institution and funders, researchers. So everyone is responsible for this, and especially the humans who are using this. So how to evaluate your workflow, AI workflow? So acceptable and ethical at this point in time. So language polishing and grammar correction, yes, you can use it. High risk and unacceptable, which are the things? So listing AI as a co-author, which is not recommended, which is not acceptable, because AI cannot be an author for your transcript or the manuscript which you are submitting. So you can polish your language, you can grammar correction, ideation and structural outlining. Yes, you can take some ideas from there. You can take some cues over there, but inputting no patient and confidential data into public LLMs, open chat, GPT forums like this is not recommended. Then also, of course, automated formatting and citation management. This is not at all recommended. Many a times, student or the faculty members, they put formatting and citation management thing over there. That is not at all recommended, because finally, as I have told you, this is 100% onus lies with you. The responsibility lies with you. So you need to cross check it if you have no using this. So how, where you have used it, the type of citation which they are providing. So they at times hallucinate, they gives you a false citations also, so you need to check. I'll just come down to that slide also. So generating raw scientific no images or manipulating data, that is not recommended. Literature synthesis, now this is very important. So now literature synthesis, you can this is a wonderful thing. I'll just in next few minutes I'll take you through on a real no hands-on practice also, on some of the tools also. But then literature synthesis, now this has been one of the areas, gray areas of the research, wherein we don't understand, because when you are looking for your topic, when you are looking for maybe some type of searches, so generally you bank upon have to uh, lacunas which are uh, very very handy. You जब आप करते हैं, sorry, when you go for your LOR thing, so LOR में generally what you do is you put some keywords over there in maybe Google Scholar, and you start searching about, no, especially you start finding out the nobility of that particular thing, that is it worth doing or not. So this type of things you are doing. But then the things have changed dramatically in past few years with the advent of this AI thing. How this is helping you, just to give you example. One of my research scholar, he was doing his research in maybe a particular area. So he came down with his first draft of his, this review of literature, and he told me, sir, I have completed my review of literature. Then, because I was also reading about that particular stuff, so I told him, Kiar, you have not cited these no authors over there. So how come if you have done this particular research, so you have not cited these people around? So उसने कहा कि सर मेरे को मिला ही नहीं, उसके अंदर मैंने ढूंढा, मैंने सर्च किया, लेकिन मैं how you have looked for those particular things. So see, searching, because these all search platforms are like a big ocean, महासागर है अपने आप में. So how you're going to do a search also for your research, that is very very important, because अगर वहीं गलती कर देंगे आप तो पूरा काम ही गलत हो जाएगा. So here AI becomes very handy. So that will explicitly, now AI is going to tell you everything about who are the most cited authors in this particular domain, people who have been the countries which are working, the type of authors who are coming. I'm not talking about say some type of analysis, but with a single click you can draw these analysis over there, that can give you a lot of idea about the topic, the topic you have picked up. I'll just take you in next few slides to those particular no tools also over there. But now you need to understand now disclosure. So disclosure needs to be done no, AI is used in evaluation to ensure the student's consent, disclosure needs to be done, attribution tagging. So attribution tagging, see, it can be of different type AI generated. So one thing is can be completely AI generated. Second thing is AI has generated and there is reviewed by, and then of course you have taken a cue from their key, then you are writing it no yourself. So that is modified by the educator and human addition, which are their original and qualitative feedbacks, which are human added and compliance. So you need to understand that the system must allow the data no जो भी anonymization हो रही है उसके अंदर and comply with the General Data Protection Act and Educational Right and Privacy Act also. So finally, this is very important that this is like guarding the gates and funding and peer review. So human final decision, because it's about the intellectual property defense. It's about the bridging the digital divide which is there. Like an engine and it's like a human integrity is a steering wheel. So without wheel no steering wheel, any type of engine will not work, it will not start moving itself. So this is like a steering wheel, so you need to steer it, but then AI is an engine, it can be, you can have a very very high power engine also. So again responsibility with that higher power engine, how you're driving that vehicle, with what type of no speed you are riding that vehicle and what type of no precautions you are taking, that remains to be no the total onus or responsibility of the author or the responsibility of the no people who are working behind the curtain. So where AI challenges challenge or no these originate, so AI technologies and human agency is there. So simply that fundamentally gives us a clear cut idea that this is a shared responsibility, it's a mutual responsibility, it's not one man's responsibility, it's not because AI is just, again I have told you, I have therefore I'm making it very very clear to all of you that it is just a technology, right? So it is not accountable for anything you are writing, it is not accountable for any type of no maybe citations or maybe the type of no no the data you are pulling out from the no with the help of technology. Is it that IPR thing, is it no maybe no the COPE thing? So everything onus lies with you only, so you have to be very very careful on that particular thing. But then definitely there is no question that AI definitely gives you very much, it will give you a lot of no speed, and it will give you some accuracy also. Accuracy, I have told you, accuracy in the sense so, uh, domain you so you have a speed, and technology is very very important in all this particular thing that is also government is uh,
So it's not audible to us.
hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think
The slide is not visible there.
just a minute, sir. Is it visible now?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So we have a testimony from the no landscape of political arena. Now we are having Honorable Prime Minister, who is like about adoption of technology, of course, in a very very ethical manner. But then we are having examples of some entrepreneurs also, businessmen also, because AI revolution, what has it has brought, it has brought a speed, it has brought a lot of precision over there in a lot of areas. Like in the beginning I have told you that even the wars are fought. Now imagine wars are fought, country like US is totally banking on a lot of AI models during the wartime also. So Elon Musk is definitely one of the testimony who is actually always on that particular mission of visionary thinking, risk-taking ability, innovation, relentless work ethics, adaptability, and first principles thinking, strong branding and talent, no recruitment and resilience. Now all these things are there. But then the core ethical dilemmas which are there. So this is like a navigating the minefield. So AI frontiers are there, and ethical dilemmas in research which will be there. So before I start, I'd like to again address this thing very carefully over here. Is that this is like an accelerating pace in AI in research. AI is no longer a futuristic thing. So this is not a futuristic concept. Even it is not like generating. It's like no agentic AI we are living in, and I don't know what is coming next. So the present reality remains to be there. That this is this is the world where we are having this technology which is there, technology which can integrate every facet of research from data analysis, hypothesis generation, and everything which is there. But then the researcher needs to do no the all the things. They can just give you, this can just give you that idea of that particular thing, but then ideation has to be taken further by the researcher only. Biases and fairness. So this is like echo chamber effect which is there, because finally you are working with the algorithms, biases, and representational harms which are there, because there can be misrepresentation, there can be over representation, there can be a number of things, under representations of certain groups or maybe data sets. So as a researcher, you have to very careful, and while you are visualizing all those data sets which are there. So intellectual property and authorship, as I have told you, that who owns AI generated content, of course owners lies with you, because AI is not a person, AI is not an individual who is responsible for anything it is generating, because it is generating through its algorithm, it is generating through its on the data which is there. But then as a researcher, if you are writing something, or as an individual, as a practitioner, so please understand this, that this onus lies with you only. Role of AI in authorship. Should AI be credited as an author? As I have already mentioned, I have very clearly told you that AI cannot be an author, but attribution needs to be done. There's a new group of researchers which are coming up, which clearly elucidate that how attribution, you can just go on YouTube and you can find out that how attribution needs to be done. So there are some concerns. Now, how do we explore literature for your topic? How do you explore? No, this is a fundamental question. So when you go for any type of no literature search, so earlier what you used to do is, कैसे करते थे हम लोग? Anyone? कैसे हम literature search करते हैं? Yes, please. So traditional format.
The Google
If I,
Scholar.
sorry, sir. Yeah, Google
Yeah.
Scholar. Thank you, Professor Datta. So traditional format remains to be, search engine, Google Scholar, databases, and all that things. So if you just, I'll just take you through Google Scholar also. Just give me a second. So if you just go to, just a minute, I'll just take you to this thing. Okay. Is my screen visible to you?
Yeah, it's appearing. Yeah, sir. Google Scholar. Yeah.
Okay, so let me type some of the topics over there. Let me type some tourism in Himachal Pradesh. Okay, so this is the type of search we are doing from the search engine. And earlier, what we used to do is that if we are searching on Google Scholar, so what you used to do is we used to click this icon and we have to go over there, and I'll just put it over there and just search it, and then you have this thing. So this is the way we were doing, and then of course we were using some type of maybe a Boolean operator over there for this particular thing, wherein we use a Boolean operator and an OR thing, and then we go ahead. So this type of research was restricted. But if you look at this thing, now the Google even has added a new feature over there. You look at this, Try Scholars Lab. I hope किसी ने use किया होगा या नहीं भी use किया होगा. If you just click this, so even Google has understood that this is not just sufficient. Google Scholar has even understood that this is not just sufficient to have this type of search. Now I'll just put the same keywords over there. Now look how the search changes. Now this has been integrated with the Google Scholar. Even this has been integrated with the help of AI. Now how this is changing? Now look at this. Now look at this. Now this search, I'm just talking about, I'm going to Google Scholar only. So if you look at this earlier search, and there is a difference over there in this particular type of search which has come up over there. Now look at this. Now what is it is saying that it is giving me some prompt based on my search. Google Scholar Lab is designed for detailed research questions. Some how
This is not coming through.
hello.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, yeah. Now it's good.
Okay. See, now this is the same Google Scholar, but it is giving you, it has been integrated with the help of Google Lab. And now if you look at this, so it is giving you a different type of, they are giving you some prompts also. And look at this, the type of search which used to come over there is a different type of search which is coming now. Now they are giving me the type of, no, the details of the gist or the summary of this particular paper also over there. Now they're giving me the summary of this paper, the gist of this particular thing also, that key tourist attractions, government development plans, what it has examined, what even without opening these papers. Look at this. All these examines about this, examines about this. So all these, now this has been integrated with the help of AI. And this has made my search quite an easy task. Whatever paper of my liking, of my interest, which are there, so I can just download those papers and I can go ahead with my no thing over there. But this has been integrated, and Google is coming out with other things also over there, because even they have understood that unless we are going to integrate with the help of AI, it is going to be more of obsolete thing. So people are going on different other platforms and they are not going to use this maybe a Google Scholar thing. So this is one. Am I audible, Datta sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Now let me take you to some of very other powerful tools. Now I'll take you through another very important powerful tool, because whenever we are looking for these no data searches, whenever we are actually especially for the researchers, for the academicians, whenever we look for some other topics, so we need to visualize these data also. So I'll just take you through this. Open knowledge map. Is my slide visible to you?
Not yet, sir.
Just a minute. Okay, I'll just share my screen again. So, okay. So I'll just, now is it visible?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now look at this. Now this is an open knowledge map. Now how this AI platform is going to help you. Now look at this. I'll just open this. And once you'll open this, so you'll see now this is a free, these are all free platforms which are there. Now, again, now when you log into this particular thing, so it will show you two type of things. This is PubMed and this is a base. For PubMed is for all the papers which are related to life sciences, and base is for the paper from other disciplines. So if I'll just type the same thing, the same tourism in Himachal Pradesh, I'll just click over there. Now look at this, what it is going to do it for me. Now, within seconds, if you just on a count of your 10, if you look at this, so it is generating something very, very interesting and phenomenal for all of us. Now, see, what I'm trying to pitch and very strongly putting forward over here is that visualization of data, because such type of visualization, just 20 seconds are there. So such type of visualization was not possible earlier. We used to go for, whenever we are looking for data search, so we used to do it with the help of maybe Google Scholar or maybe with the help of Google database or other databases. Now look at this. Now, if you look at this, now again, it is giving you a lot of options over there. Now I'll just explain it one by one. Now, if you look at this, now it has given me a type of knowledge map. Knowledge map, and if you just click this also, or any of the boxes, any of the knowledge maps, so it is giving you some important areas which are related with these keywords which I have put it over there in the data search. So if you just click this, any of the boxes, it will zoom out. And if you click this also, now you look at this, there are some unlocked things. So these are, of course, open, paper available on open source. And as I keep on clicking these things over there, if I click this, so look at this on your right hand side, this paper is coming. And this is an open access paper, and you can completely straight away from here, if you find out, there is a PDF available, there is a citation, and now cite as. Now there is a citation which is also available over there, right? So you want to cite it in MLA, use Chicago, so all type of citations are also available. So these are citations which are available. Then you can just download it also, and you can look for this paper which are there. Then of course you can create a this paper which is there. So again, you can go on a different type of these keywords. Now this is, oh my goodness, my paper has also popped up. Okay, look at this. So look at this, my paper which is related to this maybe cow tourism. This has also popped up because it has recognized that uh, this paper which is which has been published in Journal of Enterprising Communities and People and Places. So this paper has popped up, and you can just go over there, because this paper is not, of course, this is not a open source paper, so you can cite and export this also. Now when you type to export this, now this is again a very important feature. Are you with me on this? Sabko samajh aa raha hai?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So like my paper has popped up from here. So what I can do is, look here, there is a button of export. Before I go to export, now look at this. There are some other icons also over there. So I can search any of the papers which are there. That means what? Open source also, other papers also. I can search these papers also, all the papers which are there. Now sort by, you can sort it by title also, authors also, years also, so whatever. So this is open, so you can search it in a different manner altogether. Now otherwise it was not possible. Now look at this areas. It is telling me now this is the area which is related with a particular topic which I have clicked over there. Again, you keep on clicking and you keep on doing this. Now what I am trying to take you another very important aspect over there, there's a button of export over there. Now, if you just click this, you can export this and download this, and you look at this, what is coming out over there. Now, this is a metadata which has come out, and you go for a bibliometric analysis, and other, the BibTeX file has downloaded it, downloaded straight away. So you can do your further research with the help of this also. So this is like open map. So this is like a visualization tool which is there. Earlier, it is not available. I'll take you through another very important similar platform over there. So I hope this is clear to all of you. So with the help of this type of keywords, putting up over there, the complete knowledge map comes in, chips in. And with the help of this knowledge map, what you can do is you can visualize, you can know community and collaboration, automated clustering, which is there using algorithm and NPL technique, which is there. But then this, sir, my slides are visible to you?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's not visible, sir. Now it's not visible.
Just a minute, sir. Is it visible now?
It's appearing. Yeah. Open knowledge maps. Yeah.
Okay, so this is one, and then I'll take you through another very important and very interesting tool, which is called a Citation Gecko. Now, if you just log in over there, and this is a very user-friendly again interface, similarity between different papers. It tells you about similarity between different papers. Add seed papers also. Seed paper. देखिए seed paper you I hope all of you understand the basic the fundamental जो सबसे important paper है आपकी पूरी study के लिए. So you can identify the seed papers also, add seed paper also, और उसी के around आप देखिएगा एक इस तरह से पूरा का पूरा visualization draw कर देता है paper cited by the seed papers. So it can do that also. So just a minute, I'll just log into another site. Just to- no,
The slide got frozen, sir, now.
my not vis-
I think it got frozen. It's froze totally. It's not moving.
mm, visible.
Not yet, sir. You can just unshare and then share again.
Just a minute, sir. Now tell me, is it visible for you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Google, yeah.
Yeah, so if you just go over there and you just type citation Gecko over there. So citation Gecko, now this citation Gecko will give you something again very, very phenomenal. Now look at this. Now this type of no this type of window you will see over there. Now you just click away, start discovering paper. Now look at this. It will give you different type of things. One is import from BibTeX. So if you're having a BibTeX file, you can export straight away from there. You can search for papers. You can import from Zotero. You can import from Mendeley also. So whatever citation tool you are using over there. But I'll just go over there to search for papers. Now again, I'll put the same query over there, which I have put it over there. Now I'll just hit the search button. Now when I hit the search button, now again, it will give you something very interesting over there. Now this type of window will pop up. Can you see that?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Now you can select all the papers or you can put any of one of the paper of your liking, whatever. Now look at these papers. It has popped up. Whatever paper you think, or you can put it any of the paper if of your which is there. So you can put your own paper also over there. The paper you want to make it a seed paper. But then you can select all of them also from here. Just clicking this button, you can select all of them also, or you can select any one of them. Like if I just click this and just add this paper, selected paper as a seed paper. So I just want to put this paper as a seed paper. So I just hit it over there again. So when I hit this button again, so look what it is going to do for me is, no. Now this paper has been published in year 2020 and self-help groups in Himachal Pradesh and analysis. Now it is giving me, look, it is taking a little time. Just a minute, there is some issue with that. I'll just type it again. I'll just search it again and add seed paper. So it will give you a type of thing. Okay, let me just quickly show it because there are a number of things which needs to be okay, so I'll just if I hit this button over there, add seed paper. If I added all these papers over there, now look at this, the type of the window it has given to me. Now look what it has done. It has given me the papers right from 1925 to almost 2026. Now, these papers which are there. Now, this is a paper which has come in 2026. Similarly, these papers which are there. Now, these papers now what it is doing, that this paper was written in 2020 and it is connected in 2023 by this particular author. Now it is giving you connections also, and then you can have this particular magic, this particular type of look. Now, if you click this, that means this was the main paper and these are the references which has been taken by this paper. Now, look at this. If you click this, it'll go to all those references which are there, which has been taken care by these papers. So you can look at the connected papers also, papers which are connected with each other. You can go to this type of clustering which is there, which was not possible with the help of any other type of. Now, look at this. They are giving you connections also. Now, this paper is connecting. Now, this paper is connecting this paper and this one. And these are the paper, these are the cited papers by these are the cited paper. Now, look at this. Now, all these things can be done with a single click with the help of, there is another so there are some filters which can be used over there, like marked relevant. So you can search with the help of air also, journals also, seed cited by, seed cited. अगर आपको seed cited by है, मतलब क्या हुआ, जो आपका जो मेन पेपर है, it is cited by whom, किस किसने cite किया, तो वो भी आपको मिल जाएगा. Seed cited. Now seed cited which all papers, so वो भी आपको मिल जाएगा. Hide and show, so everything can be, so this clustering is possible with the help of single click over there. So I'll just this is citation geeko. Then I'll take you another very powerful tool which is called insightful AI. I'll just take you through another very important this is insightful AI. Datta sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm just going a little fast because I need to cover many things over there.
So
Now,
there is one. Can we take a query?
please go ahead.
Yeah, there's a query by Chandan Jyoti Besbarua. He's saying, sir, can it be a replacement for WAS Viewer? Is it capable of making graphics like the said app?
See, I'll answer this a little later. Let me show you something. Was viewer की हम बात करेंगे. See, technology. Therefore, I have told you, technology is changing so very fast. Now, was viewer. Now, I have research. Just a minute, sir. Just give me a second. Okay. So if you just click it over there, now look at this. Now, if you look at this insightful, now what it is doing is now it is again giving me some type of search over there. Now, what it is helping me with thing which is very important for all of you now, literature connector. I'll just to go to literature connector. Now, there are two things. Now, they can literature connector also. If I just type tourism over here and I just type maybe a rural tourism over here. I'll just hit the button over there. So look at this. What it is doing is I can connect these papers of two different domains with the help of this particular AI tool also. And also, very interestingly, just a minute, it is not king. Okay. some glitch over there, and this insightful AI, which is there. This is very, very powerful, very, very powerful tool, which is there. It's not working right now. Hmm. Oh, now look at this. Okay, so look at this. This particular study I have taken from Gina Gupta, tourism in Himachal Pradesh, study in Kullu and Manali. Now, if I just type tourism over here, and I'll just type maybe economy over here. Okay. Now look at this. What it is doing is it is generating something. What the question has been asked. Now, whatever we are able to do over there with the help of no maybe Biblioshiny or VosViewer or other tools over there. Now look at this. It has connected two different areas over there. Now one is tourism and another is economy. So every aspect it has, no, you can just click it over there and you can just see that this particular paper with its complete citations and Gupta has been included over there. And then the most important part, if you look at this, look here. Now, what it is doing is very powerful thing. What it is doing, it is showing me the similar paper in this domain, the similar paper which has been written on this particular area. And not only this, it is giving me the published year similarity and the number cited by the citation. Also, it is giving me, and it is also giving me most important papers. Now, while you are doing your research, if you are not going to include, if you have not included these papers, just to give an example, if you're not included these papers in your maybe ROL review of literature, so probably you have missed out on something very, very big over there. So it is giving you most important papers. Look at this. So it has highlighted all those papers which this particular LLM model think that these are some most important papers which are there. And then look at these review papers which are there. Review papers which has been written in this particular domain. It has given me those papers also. And what else? It has given me the recent papers by the top 100 authors also. Recent paper by the top 100 authors in particular domain also. Now, there are the authors which are working, top authors which are working in this particular domain. So this particular data is also available. What else data is available? So most important recent papers. So recent paper which has come up in this particular genre. These are papers 2025, 24. You can see yourself that these are some recent paper which has come up in this domain. Look at this top authors. So it has ranked authors. No. With its algorithms. So it has ranked authors who are the top authors in this particular domain. So these authors has been ranked also over there. Similarly, upcoming authors who are working in this particular domain. So it has ranked upcoming authors also. Institutions which are publishing the most papers in this particular genre. So they have highlighted these institutions also all over. So look at this because this particular thing was from Himachal Pradesh University. So it has given me Himachal Pradesh University has come up with these number of papers in specifically in this particular domain also. And then the top journals which pertains to this particular maybe tourism, particular economy, Himachal tourism. So this has come with this particular thing also. Similar journals which are there. So all these things are available on a single click, which was not possible earlier with the help of maybe any other type of tool or type of Tatta sir?
Yeah, they're not audible, sir. Yeah.
Uh, hello.
Yeah. Now it's fine. Huh? Something is appearing on the screen. Yes. Yeah. Insightful AI.
Okay. So I hope I am making some sense to all of you.
Participants
Hello.
can write on the chat box if they're able to connect. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So see what we have done right now. So now this particular tool, what it can do is it can give you literature discovery. See, sorry, just come. So it can give you literature discovery. It can discover literature for you. It can citation. It can connect the citations also, where what citation was connected with which paper, which was not earlier possible. Then is network of the paper. One particular paper, seed paper, is connected to which all other papers. So it can give you complete network of paper which was there. Then it can give you WebTech files and Zotero. You can straight away put these things, save these files, download these files, and you can put straight away to your no Zotero, or maybe no whatever Mendeley or whatever software you are using for your other things, for the citation and referencing tools what you're using. So this makes work very simple. Then there is another very important tool which is there, which is called Carrot Square. Carrot Square, this is again a linking review of literature. This is again a very powerful. I must tell you, if I can run down this particular thing. Just a minute, let me check my. Just a minute, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So there is another very important this particular linking review of literature with the help of Carrot Square. This is again you can go over there. I'll just run down this thing for you. Now, if you just go to Carrot Square, now look this, look over here. Insightful AI, what I have told you. Now there is an option. If you look at this, this is a save option which has come. So you can save these files which you have seen. Sir, is my screen visible?
No, not yet, sir.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yeah. Yes.
So as I was telling you, that whenever you are doing any of the files you like to download over there, there is a save button. This is for Insightful AI. So there is a save button over there. So you can see yourself, you can download it as a BibTeX file. You can download it as a RIS file, Mendeley and Zotero. Straight away, you can just hop in over there. You can just put all these files over there, these papers over there in your library of Zotero and all. So let me take you to another important tool, which is called Carrot Square. Carrot Square. No, AI now. This is again a very interesting clustering. This is again a clustering model, which this is all for, of course, for review of literature. Now, here you also see two links over there. One is web and another is your PubMed. As I have told you, this is again so you have to go for a web thing. And then languages you can choose over there. You want to work in English or whatever country you like to have. I'll just keep it as it is by default thing. So again, I'll just hit over there the same type of search which is there, and I'll just hit the search and look over there, that what is it is going to do it for me. Now look at this. So it has given me a list of different type of paper. It has given me some type of keywords which are there, some type of papers which are there. I'll just hit it over there. So all these papers, 9 documents which are there, so they have been listed on the right side over there. Similarly, if you go to any of the things, now there is another very important part. It gives you a tree map. Now this tree map has been generated. Now tree map, look at this. So these are visualization tool and these are dynamic one. You can just hit it over there. Now, if you just further hit it over there, so it will just open up this paper. Now look at this impact of economic variable on Indian tourism sector and in-depth analysis. And look at this. So you can just keep on hitting the different things over there, education readiness. And as per my search, it is giving me a different type of these papers which are related papers. And there is another thing which is look at this. This is a dynamic wheel. This is a dynamic wheel. It gives you a pie chart, and these pie charts are very dynamic. You just hit this particular button, and on right hand side, all these papers which are coming up over there. Now look at this. It has come out with a further. It has zeroed it down again, and further you can just hit it over there, and it is giving you further such type of papers which are related papers. So this type of search was not earlier possible with the help of traditional formatting. So you can definitely smart search, you can do smart visualization of your data, you can do smart visualization of your ROL, you can do with the help of these tools. And these are very, very powerful tools which are existing over there. So results lists, so everything is provided over there. And similarly, these papers, just hit it over there. You just hit and you'll see yourself that paper has come up. And if you just click this, so it will take you to a search which was there. जो भी इसने search किया है, this was from Wikipedia, so it is taking me to Wikipedia. If I just hit this particular thing, so it will take me straight away to the just a minute. Like this is something. Maybe a paper. Okay, like this paper is there. So if I'll just hit it, so it will take me to the paper itself. So the search has become very simple, and you can just straight away visualize your data. Look at this. So it has taken me to the paper, which exactly this paper is lying over there. What type of paper this is? It is downloadable. This is open source, whatever it is. So you can do a very, very smart search, right? And that will save a lot of your time and a lot of your effort and a lot of the time which was you used to exhaust. And after even getting exhausted, the results what you reap out was not that good, because पहले आप पूरा ढूंढ के आ जाते थे, because unless you know कि आपको search क्या करना है, आपको ढूंढना कहाँ है, कैसे ढूंढना है, so the search is not complete.
Sir,
So
if you can permit, sir, there's one query from my side.
please.
Yeah, so in regarding this carrot square only, when we are reviewing the literature and we come across that we have some literature in some hidden part, like literature published in some other language, say for example in Portuguese or French. So does it have an option of converting that into English as well?
Not really. It's not a conversion thing, but then, of course, as I have told you in the beginning, it gives you an option. Just do it again for you. Just it gives you an option over there. If you just go over there, it gives you an option key what language you want to pick up. So language you can pick up if you know that that paper is in maybe a Portuguese or some other language. So you can just hit that particular button over there in options, and then accordingly you can like this. You can choose a language if that language is available. But these are the only languages which are available right now: English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish. So if you know that. Not thing it is. I think it is bringing more data for you.
But it's very handy, so we can use it, for different options are available there.
Yes, yes, yes. Then of course research rabbit is again a very important tool. Research rabbit again tool which actually in customizing, customized recommend gives you some understanding of things, emerging trend analysis, collaborative insight, visual summaries. I'll just quickly run through this particular tool also because this is very important. Research rabbit. I'll just take you to research rabbit also. So this is research rabbit. Okay. So if you just hit this now, this is a very, very, again, but for this you have to actually sign up. So login करना पड़ेगा आपको. Then you have, once you are logged in, so login करने के बाद again, this is a very, very, I need to log in from my another email.
The other four which you showed are all free versions or they are paid?
Free versions, sir.
Yeah.
Research rabbit. See, if you look over there, now look at this. I'll just log in. I think this email is in sync with this. Yes. Now, if you look at this, this type of thing will come over here. Now, sacred journeys into them. If I just put this such and hit button over there, So look, the rabbit is working for you, and it will bring down something again, a very fantastic for you. Now look at this. It has brought in the papers
Not
which
visible, sir. Not visible on the screen at the
I'm,
moment.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just forgot to share it. Just a minute, sir. Where is the Zoom meeting? Okay. So look at this. So I'll just again take you through. When you just go over there, so is my screen visible now?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have to log in for this particular platform. You have to just log in over there. So yeah, I have already no I have my email ID over there. So I'll just put some words over keywords over there. Again, I'll just put some keywords over there. So just look at this. So Rabbit will start working for you, and look at this with the fraction of second, the results have started coming in. Now look at this. All these papers are coming in, and I'll just put some other word because this is a very limited research tourism. Maybe social media tourism. Okay, updating search. Now look at this. It has brought all the papers which are there related to this particular thing. And this research rabbit is very interesting tool. It will give you again, look. So it is giving me the type of, look at this, the connect between the different type of leading authors in this particular domain. Now look at this. You keep on clicking on right hand side, you will have all these connections. Now, this study, 2013, is connected with Zhang study, which is in 2014, then in 2019 and in 2011. So these connection you can see over there with the help of this small tool which is there. And similarly, you can do a lot of things you can do over there with the help of this research rabbit. And again, if you just put this thing over there in your library also. So again, just a minute, I'll just search over there. So it can connect your papers. It can do wonders for you. Look at this. So Parmar, Gupta, Nag, Verma, Thakur, Rani. So when I just hit it over there, so it can just connect, and further it can connect, and it can bring down a paper for you, and many more things it can do for you. I'll just quickly take you, because I have told you some of these important review of literature thing over there. But then I like to show you something again, very interesting and very important for all of you. Okay, now this is a connected paper AI. Now this is connected paper AI, which is very important. Connected paper AI, and I'll take up two things. Connected paper AI. This is another very important software, powerful AI platform. Look, you just hit in a connected paper over there, connected paper AI in Google search, and you'll find out this type of things thing will come up. Now, if you just click over there, connected paper. Now, again, if I just put some type of keywords over there, tourism in India. Okay. Now it is giving me some type of hints also over there. What type of you want? You have something in your mind. You want to put something like Bhatia is there, no? So some very fundamental, no, from papers which are there. 87 se paper there, 98 ke paper. Kis paper ko aap seed paper banana chahte hain? Any paper you want to keep it as a seed paper. If not, so you just hit in this built-in graph button, and look what magic is happening around. Now magic will happen. And look over here. Now look. Now, what it is giving you is another very important thing. Now, on this side, it is giving you the original paper, Tourism in India. So these are some papers which are there. Now, it is keeping this paper as, now this paper, now look, this paper. It has kept this paper as one of the original paper, and around this paper, it is giving you type of the work which has been done in this particular genre itself. Now, if you keep on hitting these things over there, keep on just zoom this thing and look. Keep on zooming, keep on watching all these papers over there, and similarly you can save these. You can there is a save button also over there. You can save these papers also. You can look for the priority work also. Look at this. It is giving you priority work of this particular genre. No, look at this. So it is giving you priority work also. There's giving map of complete these. So load it, it now download it as. Then you have these also where again listing of look to do this over there. So you PDF with this thing a new version which is available version also over there, and number of things you can pay also to visualize your data which is there. You can find out that if I picked up the right papers for my review of literature or not, because this is like a foundation of your research work. So if you यहाँ पर गलती कर देंगे तो आपका पूरा का पूरा काम खराब हो जाएगा. Then quickly I'll take you through sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so quickly I'll take you through another very important tool which is called just a minute. I'll just take you through. You just hit publish or perish. Now, if you just put publish or perish, now again, this is by harzing.com. Is my screen visible, sir?
It's not yet, sir. We're not able to see the presentation.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. There is some technical glitch. Okay. This is the last for the this particular thing for ROL thing. I'm just showing it to you. Now you just hit it, publish or perish. You just go over there and this type of window will appear. You just type in Google search, you just type publish and perish. And once you will just click this, so this type harzing.com will come in, right? So what you have to do is you just have to click this, okay? And be with me on this. And if you just look at, so I'm working on window. So I'll just download this window version over there. It will give me an option key what exactly you want to download. So it will give me an option where it is. Okay. So I'll just go to Microsoft Windows over there and it'll give me an option of window thing over there. Look at this. So publish or perish installer for window. I'll just click it and I'll just download it. Now look at this. This is downloading. Now what it will do is will interest you a lot and it will help you a lot also. Now look at this. It has downloaded it. Now just open this. Yes. And next. And I just agree and next and install. And now look at this. It has installed something very interesting for you. Now look at this. This icon is coming down over there. Now if you just click this icon, now look at this. Now this is very interesting for all of you. Now, can you see my screen? All of you?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. अगर आप मेरे को देख पा रहे हैं now, it is giving me a window. It is opening a window of all these data. Now look at this. Now these are some databases. Crossref, Google's Scholar, Google Scholar Profile, PubMed, Open LX, you're having Lens ORG, Scopus, Semantic Scholar, Web of Science, Import Extend. Now, with the single asterisk, these are free data sources. With the double asterisk, it's the free registration required, free
So
but registration required.
the screen got frozen, I think, because we
No,
are
no, I'm
seeing
not.
this hazing.com only.
I'm not. I'm not working anything. You can't see. Okay, it is stopped over there. Just a minute,
Yeah.
sir.
I think it froze for the moment.
Okay, okay, okay. No problem, sir. I'll just take it again over there. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So if you go to this particular thing, if you just click it over there in icon, so you'll see there are different type of databases it is reflecting over there. It is having Crossref also, it is lens.org also, Google Scholar also, Scopus also, Google Scholar Profile also, Semantic Scholar also, PubMed also, Web of Science also, OpenLX and other things also over there. You can import some other databases also over here. Now, but the point is, with the single asterisk, of course, these are free data sources. Then with the double asterisk, these are free, but registration is required. With the triple asterisk, it is external subscription is required. I'll just go to the Google Scholar over here because that's free. Now, if you just click it over there, so now look at this, what it is doing. It is giving me what you want to search. So Google search में आप क्या search करना चाहते हैं? Now that's a question. यहां पर अगर आप देखेंगे then it is giving you option कि year from which year to which year you want to search. I'm not putting anything over here. Publication name, any publication name you want to search for a particular journal, you want to publication house, publisher house, or title words or keywords, you want to put it over there. So I'll put some keywords over there. Let me put some like word like social media and tourism. I'll just put social media and tourism over here. Now I'll just simply hit search button over there. Now look at this, what it is doing. This is particular. I've just right. It will take let me show.
So the voice is tracking, sir. We can see it downloading some 20 out of maximum 200 results. I'm not able to hear you, sir.
सर आप सुन पा रहे हैं मेरे को?
Yeah, now it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, there is some problem with the signal. Okay, so look at this. Is my screen visible?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So हमने क्या किया? We have simply given this particular keyword over there. Just put this keyword over there, social media and tourism. और आप देख रहे हैं कि what it has done, it has brought in these files for me. I'll just do it once again for you because you have missed out something. Okay. So what we were discussing, we have gone to this Harzing publisher parish, and there are different options which are there. So you can do author search, you can do a publication name, you can do the title words, keywords, or the title words. So I'm putting up over here some type of keywords over there, like social media and tourism. So I'll just hit this, and if you look at this, so what it is doing is it is searching top 200. Now look at this. Within seconds, it will search down 200 results for me and sending no limited text which is required. Now I'll just sit back, relax, and then I'll just look at this. It is doing something wonderful for me automatically. Now look at this. It is just screening the data, and it is bringing down. It is testing me. I'm a robot or not? So this is what bus. Okay, it's bus. Here's verify. Stairs. Okay, now look at this. It has verified that I'm not a robot working over there on this particular AI platform. So
Again, the
this
screen is frozen, sir.
again frozen.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So look at this. What it has done for me is it has, with a single search, what it has done, it has brought this result for me. With social media and tourism, I just these are the keywords I have put it over there, and it has brought this type of. Let me put this in some other window over there. Okay. Now, this type of result it has brought in for me. देख पा रहे हैं आप मेरे को?
Yeah.
Now look at this. It has given me results with these no author with the no H index of 251, ranking with rankings also, and look at this from rank 1. Look at this. So it was not possible to search such type of no person with the highest H index, right, per year ranking number 1 in this particular domain, right? So it has given me a ranking of Beeson and Gerstin. So ranked at number 1 in this particular search, and this particular data of 200 papers is available with me. And can I save it? The answer is yes. You just go over there, you just go to a save option, and you have number of options which are available. Now look at this, how this is going to. We'll save it as a CSV file because generally हम CSV ही use करते हैं. So I'll just save it as CSV file over there as social network in tourism. SNT के नाम से मैंने सेव कर लिया है. डेस्कटॉप पे मैंने इसको सेव कर लिया है. Just show you कि ये फाइल को कैसे सेव करेगा. And I'll just take you to my desktop. No. सारा कुछ खुला हुआ है. देखिए नो SNT के नाम से हमने सेव किया था. लुक एट दिस. आप देख पा रहे हैं मेरा डेस्कटॉप?
So again, I think it got frozen. Yes? It's all on the desktop. It's saying save in the desktop.
Okay, sir. Okay. आप देख पा रहे हैं सर मेरी स्क्रीन आप?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just opening that file itself. जो भी हमने सेव किया था, I'm just about to open that CSV file. आप देखेंगे कि how. Just a minute. Look at this. अब इसने क्या किया? ये सारा का सारा डेटा. Look at this. 200 papers. Now just look at this. जो आपको बनाने में घंटे, महीने, साल लग जाते हैं. Now look at this. It has refined the 100, 200 searches, 200 papers, और आप आगे आगे कर सकते हैं. What it has done is it has given me the cites. This paper has been cited by 2,157 times. It has been cites. It has a citation of this. Look at this. It has given me author, it has given me title, it has given me year, it has given me source, it has given me publisher, it has given me DOI, it has given me no site URL, it has given me ranking also. If you rank this, look at this and keep on looking, right? देख पा रहे हैं आप?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right, and then you can port this data anywhere you like to have, right? You can port it to any of other platforms also. Now this is very interesting. Now if you have to make this type of data sheet CSV file, so how much time it will take, or वो कितना error free होगा, that question remains to be answered. Look at this, 200 papers. And interestingly, these papers are not just journal papers. These papers are from my key areas. This has been originated from the keywords which I have put it over there. And also with the highest number of citations. Now, if I'll not include, अगर मैं ROL अपना लिख रहा हूं और अगर इस पेपर को मैं नहीं डाल रहा हूं, इसका मतलब क्या हो गया? इसका मतलब ये हो गया कि जो मेरा ROL है वो या तो इनकम्प्लीट है या फिर मेरा अनसिस्टमैटिक तरीके से किया गया हुआ ROL है. There are a lot of things which there are no bottlenecks which are there, or there are a lot of lacunas which are there in related to this particular ROL which has collected. Now, this was not practically possible to do it with the help of traditional format of search and visualization of data. इसको करने के लिए आपको साल में भी महीने लग जाते, सालों साल लग जाते, बट उसके बाद भी यू आर नॉट श्योर अबाउट दिस कि यार ये जो मैंने पेपर पिकअप किया है कि या पेपर जो मैंने ROL में अपने डाला है, क्या ये सही पेपर है, वही पेपर है या सबसे ज्यादा हाईएस्ट. सी अनलेस यू पुट द फाइनेस्ट ऑथर्स, जिन लोगों ने काम किया है, उनको नहीं डाल रहे हैं अपने ROL में, तो ROL तो आपका बिल्कुल बेकार है. यस और नो?
Correct, sir. Correct.
Right, so
Yeah.
this will ensure that particular thing, that you put all the relevant authors, relevant papers over there in your search, in your ROL, so that you can build up conceptually your framework accordingly. आपका conceptually आप बहुत foundationally आप बहुत strong हो पाए, तभी आप अपने research gap निकाल पाएंगे. हो सकता है आपने अभी ये किया ही नहीं और वो स्टडी तो पहले से हुई पड़ी है, या फिर आपका जो सीड पेपर है वही गलत है. ठीक है, आप बोल रहे हैं कि सर मेरे को तो मिला ही नहीं. अब आपको मिला नहीं, इसका ये मतलब नहीं कि वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है. यू हैव टू फाइंड इट आउट, एंड फाइंड इट आउट विद एक्यूट प्रिसीजन, राइट, एंड विद utmost precision and accuracy over there. Because if you're not doing that, so you're not doing justice with your ROL and your research also. So I hope this is little interesting for you. This was little interesting for you. Now I'll take you through. Time is not permitting me for this, but then I'll take a few more minutes with all of you. Then of course, so we have talked about publish and perish, and you can just take a screenshot of this also. So there are another, okay, I'll just, if I'll miss out this thing, so I'll miss out something very interesting. So there is another important tool which is there, which is called Consensus AI. Now, Consensus AI, ये क्या है? Now, ये भी बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है अपने आप में. I'll just take you to consensus also. Now, consensus अपने आप में देखिए बहुत बार क्या होता है ना, जब हमने एक रिसर्च आर्गुमेंट रखा है, when we are putting up a research argument, we have absolutely no idea. I'll just take you to consensus.
On the screen, sir, we can see the data set now.
Oh, you can't see my screen?
No, on the screen, yeah. We are seeing the data set at the moment.
Just a minute, sir.
Yeah. So by the time you put it, sir, is the seed paper the same as the groundbreaking paper or the major paper in that area?
Yes. Yeah. Oh. I'll take you to another very important this AI platform, which is called Consensus AI. Now, Consensus AI just hit this consensus thing, and this is very interesting again. Now, what it does is, now मैं बोलता हूँ कि is tourism tourism good for nature, maybe nature or sustainability? Is tourism good for? Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now I'll just simply put this particular thing over there. Now look at this. I'll just hit the button. Now this will prepare something for me, which was not possible earlier. Now, is tourism good for me? Good for sustainability? Now look at this. It has come with this particular type of interface. Now it says, now look at this. It says that one paper, now this particular study is saying, only one is saying that this is yes, good for this. Four in this particular is saying not good for, or possibly, this particular orange is for mixed thing. And no, 50% of the papers are saying this is not good. So overall impact it is giving me in this particular, if you scroll down, so you'll see it will just showing me the overall impacts. It is showing me environmental versus, it is justifying that particular thing also, environmental versus the economic trade-off. So that means trade-off is huge. And it is coming out with the references also. It is not coming out of its own fluke or out of its LLM model. It is giving these results based on these papers. So it has, these are the papers who are suggesting this particular thing. And look at this right hand side, you look at these papers which are talking about this particular thing. Look at this, keep on scrolling down, and this will give you a complete idea of. And again, you can similarly, you can just download this and it will give you a complete that particular CSV file wherein you can find out कि भाई जो मेरा topic है, what people are talking about, or what these earlier studies are talking about this. Like if I put sustainability, or you can just change the search, I will put can development and sustainability go together. Anything you want to just search upon. So you just search upon that particular thing and it will give you results so that you can have an idea कि what are the previous studies. भाई पुराने लोग या फिर पुरानी searches इस particular theme के बारे में बोल क्या रही हैं. No, sorry, मेरे को न्यू थ्रेड में डालना था, न्यू थीम में डालना था. सो आई जस्ट टू गिव एन आइडिया. सो आप जैसे ही डालेंगे तो इट विल गिव यू टाइप ऑफ मैट्रिक्स ओवर देयर, टाइप ऑफ ग्राफ्स ओवर देयर, टाइप ऑफ कंसेंसस ओवर देयर कि how much people, it's like a more of a sentiment analysis जो हम ड्रॉ करते हैं क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च में भी. तो वहां पर आप देखते हैं कि भाई सेंटिमेंट क्या है लोगों का या पेपर्स का, जो प्रीवियस स्टडीज हैं उस पर्टिकुलर डोमेन में वो क्या कह रही हैं. द सेंटिमेंट अगर आप इसमें देखें तो क्लियरली द सेंटिमेंट इज अगेंस्ट दिस. सो सेंटिमेंट इज सेइंग, और द पीपल आर सेइंग, only few studies are supporting this argument that tourism is good for sustainability. Yes, majority of them, they are saying no, it is not good for this sustainability thing. So this is again another feature which I like to share with all of you, and further.
So does it pick it from the Scopus and Web of Science as well?
Yes, it will take it from there also. So sir, बहुत सारा है कुछ बताने के लिए आप लोगों को, but then there is a paucity of time.
Yeah.
But then I'll quickly take you through some very important prompts also, which are, देखिए, at times what happens कि आप कोई AI tool use भी कर रहे हैं, but then at times they are paid, or sometime they are need some tokens and other things. But then Google has come up with something very, very powerful. Now I'll take you through with last example or case study. Now this is called Google AI Studio. What is this? Google AI Studio. I'll just stop share and I'll just take you through. So can you see my screen?
Not at the moment, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming now.
Is it visible? Is visible?
Yeah. Google AI Studio.
Now this is very powerful again. This is free and initiative. Uh, show very interesting. Studio, if you have any questions, you can shoot your questions.
The screen is loading, sir. It's not clear.
It's still loading, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Search it. It's taking a little time. It's time generally लेता नहीं है. I don't know why it is taking so much time. Okay, it's there. Now look at this. आप देख पा रहे हैं इसको?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Now look at this. इस तरह का आपको कुछ नजर आएगा जैसे आप Google AI स्टूडियो पे जाएंगे तो यहाँ पर आपको बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस मिल रहे हैं एंड पीपल आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट इट बट देन दिस इज वेरी वेरी पावरफुल थिंग सी आप बहुत नए हैं यू आर वेरी न्यू टू योर रिसर्च अभी आपको कोई आइडिया नहीं है कि क्या करना है आपको एब्सोल्युटली नो आइडिया यू वांट टू जस्ट एक्सप्लोर थिंग्स सो just go to code and chat over there. अगर हम यहाँ जाएंगे, so you just pick up any of the models. I'll just pick up Gemini 3 flash preview. Now I'll just put a prompt over there. I'll pick up a prompt from here. If let's take an example, I'm working on something related to maybe. So is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just put it over there. I'm working on something like social media. Tourism. Look at this. I have just put this thing, impact of social media on tourism, right? So it is search. I'll put something prompt over there. Key. It's not working, sir. There's some type of error which is coming over there. No. No, what I'm trying to say is that there is some problem, sir. Sorry. But then this is a very, very powerful tool where you can play with your data and actually it's not working. So I'm sorry, there is
No
some
problem,
type
sir.
of
No problem. Yes.
type of glitches there. So I
Yeah.
brought this case study for you, but then there is something. Now, if you just put a prompt over there, now two prompts, and very interestingly, it will generate all type of variables for you, ki which are the fundamentally, आप खुद try कर सकते हैं, it's very easy. So if I put this particular topic over there, my screen is visual, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So I just put this type of thing over there and I just want to know the conceptual map. मेरे को ये नहीं पता कि भी conceptual map किस तरह का हो. Now, interestingly, with your prompt, this type of prompt, this will bring in the no dependent variables which are there, independent variable which are there, no mediation किसका हो सकता है, confounding variables कौन से होंगे, what type of theories which are the most relevant theories in this particular thing, and it will give you the conceptual map also. So to start off with your research thing, you can have a cursory idea of the complete research की किस direction में आपको लेके जानी है. So this was the complete idea of putting forward all these tools in front of you. But then authorship and accountability, as I have told you, so can AI be considered as an author? The answer is no. Okay, I missed out on one very important, last but not the least. Sir, uh, is can I take up one of the tools, sir?
Yeah, please, sir, please.
Okay. So I'd like to take up one very interesting tool with all of you, which is called, just a minute, before I'll just call it a day. I'll just pick up, I don't know why Google Studio is not working, but then. Okay. Okay, this is the last one for all of you for the day. I think, is my screen visible, Dutta sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll just go to the last thing over there, which is called Notebook LLM. सबने नाम सुना है नोटबुक LLM का? Now look at this, just click it over here, and this is very interesting again and very powerful. Now just click it over here. Now try Notebook LM. You just have to log in with your no email ID, and the notebook will open up. Now look at this. Create a new notebook. You just click this, and this is all AI. Just click this, creating your notebook. Now look at this. Now if you look at the drop-down menus over there, now if I'm having some type of research papers, if I'm some type of notes, some type of no whatever I'm having, if I'm having some type of maybe interview. Now this is very interesting. Now to interpret the interviews, it was very difficult. I'll just pick up some of the interview, any of the interview. Okay, I'll just go to YouTube. I'll just show you in live mode what it can do it for you. Tourism, over tourism crisis. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Again, it got frozen, sir, again. The screen is stuck now.
Is it YouTube thing?
Yeah, we can see the YouTube, but the screen is frozen.
Hello.
Yeah, sir.
Now imagine it now. You have some type of now you some screen is visible.
Not yet, sir. It's saying screen sharing is yes.
Now is it visible, sir?
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Now what we can do is imagine that this is a YouTube video you want to analyze, right? It's in a different language. जैसा दत्ता sir आपने कहा, is it in Hindi? It's in Portuguese. But this video is very, very important for you. But you are not able to comprehend what is it all about, right? Now what notebook LLM can do for you is now just hit it over there and just hit this button over there, and I'm just going to evaluate this video now. The title of video was the global challenge of over tourism and responsible travel, and it is irrespective of the language. It is cutting all the bindings of these language barrier and other things also there. Now on left hand side you'll see this particular link of video. Now this is a web search, and there is a fast search, and this is giving you option of deep research also. So whatever you want to do, if you want to do a deep research, I'll just go for a fast research right now. But then if you just want to go for a deep research, okay, so here are the options available. Now you can just turn this particular thing to deck also, video overview also, and mind maps also. So if you just want to know what exactly has been done, what has been said in this particular thing, just hit the button, generate mind maps. It will create a mind map for you. If you just want to have, now look at this, ये जो video हमने लिया था, now it has generated a mind map for you. Now look at this, कि what this video was talking about, over tourism and responsible travel, or further what it has mentioned about this. Look at this. Look at this. Further, keep on clicking, and it will give you. Look at this. And it is easily downloadable. You can download this and use it like this. Now this mind map is, look here. अभी आप देख पा रहे हैं इसको?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you see this?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And you can simply copy this, and you can put it wherever you want it to be. Like here, I'll just put it over there in some type of Word file. ये दिख रहा है आपको? पिक्चर दिख रहा है?
The picture we can
Can
see,
you see
sir.
this picture?
Yeah.
Can you see this? Now this has come out from a video. Can you read that? It has come out from a video itself, and within few seconds. You can create, not only you can create video out of, you can create, just I'll show it to you now. This was one, but then you can just go over there, global this thing, and you can just create infographics also over there. What this was talking about, just generate. Simply I'll hit generate, and it will create an infographic also. It can create a quiz also. It can create a PPT also. It can create an audio also. It can create report also. It can create a data also, data table also. Now this data table is very interesting. Now data for the researchers. I'll just hit the data table thing and just infographic thing. Now it is generating it for me. Look at this. This is सुन पा रहे हैं मेरे को?
Yeah. We can listen to you, but it's screen is not shared, no, sir?
Screen is shared?
No. We cannot see the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking. अभी आपने वो देखा था जो बनाया था मैंने?
That is the last thing we saw. Yeah.
Okay, just I'll show it to you now. You just look at this. So what else? आप देख पा रहे हैं आप screen?
It's coming. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so what I was telling you कि यहाँ आप देख पा रहे हैं now here you having a report thing also. Out of this video you can generate the data table also. Look at this, data table is there. कि अगर आपको डेटा है, मान लीजिए कोई बहुत बड़ा वीडियो है, 5 घंटे का वीडियो है, 2 घंटे का वीडियो है, 15 मिनट का वीडियो, whatever it is, right? So you can just take out the infographics out of this. You can take out these flashcards out of this. You can take out anything of your whatever you want it from this. So I'm just generating maybe mind map तो आपको दिखा दिया. Then I'm just creating this infographics out of this. कि what infographic I can have. And similarly, you can have a complete presentation also. Now, presentation, you can just click this thing and type of presentation. I like to have an attractive, just put some prompt over there, attractive presentation with style. you know, now it can generate a liking and no choice. I'll just show you this thing. So I'll just show you what I have made from this. You'll understand type of uh,
So you're not audible.
I'm not.
Yes, so you're not audible, and I think screen has also frozen, sir.
Sir, आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
Yes, sir. Now you're audible, sir.
Okay, so I'm just showing you because वो PPT generate करने में थोड़ा time लग रहा है, but I'll just show you what it can generate, right?
Okay.
Like this is one of the PPT I've generated from this, right? So look at this. It can generate such type of stuff for you. Look at this with a single click, with the video, with some type of, so which is very, very phenomenal, right? Look at this. Very, very professional videos, what very, very professional audios, infographics, data sets, and anything, whatever it is required from your end. So what I want to put forth over there is, I'm audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay, so the last but not the least, I'd like to put forward over here is that this particular technology is there with us. That how we are going to use it, this is totally our jurisdiction and totally our choice. But then related to research, so authorship and accountability lies with us as a human being, and there is a huge responsibility. So if the question is that, is there any policy guidelines from the different publishers? So yes, there are some guidelines which are there. Like if you look at the different publishers, they have different transparency no guidelines over there. Elsewhere की बात करें आप, Sage की बात करें, so you just go to their website page and you can see to yourself that they have different guidelines related to these no these no AI usage and all. So I think it's time, and I call it a day. If you have some questions, so I'll be very happy to answer those questions if there are some questions.
Now I request participant, if you have any query, please ask your queries. I request IT team from HO to please like unmute the participant so that ask their queries. Or you can just raise your hand so that we can unmute you from our side, or you can type your query in chat box as well. Sir, meantime, like participants will ask their queries. I have a few queries. Like
Sir,
how,
please.
sir, how we will like ensure like the authenticity of these AI tools that that can be used for the research process.
See, that's a very good question. I must say that because, see, as I have told you right in the beginning, that onus lies with us. Like I have given you that no publish and perish thing.
Yes.
So it has generated the data, right? So you can cross-check it yourself. Otherwise, it was very difficult to generate such type of data, 200 papers in a single click. Now you can search it yourself, right? Right, and you'll find out 90, 80, 90%, the 99% the data will be correct, right? But then you need to check like citation at times. No, these LLM models, they create a lot of hallucination, right? They'll give you
Yes, sir, that
incorrect
is a big
context
challenge.
citation, incorrect citations, incorrect references, right? So you need to cross check it, right? उसने काम हमारा आसान कर दिया, लेकिन काम तो हमारे को ही करना है, राइट? आपको क्रॉस चेक करना आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है उस चीज को कि इज इट अ राइट नो साइटेशन इट हैज गिवन. आई टेल यू, थोड़ा टाइम कम है, अदरवाइज मैं आपको प्रैक्टिकल भी बताता कि एट टाइम्स दे विल गिव यू साइटेशन व्हिच डोंट एग्जिस्ट, राइट? Which don't exist. But then you have to very carefully check all the in-text citation, all the references which have been given, right? and accordingly you have to put it forward, right? Because LLM hai, this is a, as I have told you, this is a large language model, so it will take anything, everything from the data set. But as I have told you, some of the these platforms, like when we have talked about, say, this thing, publish and perish, we have talked about carrot scare, no, insightful AI and all the other tools, so they're very very powerful, right? Notebook LLM जैसे हमने बात किया, तो notebook LLM ऐसा है, now you'll put up मटेरियल योर सेल्फ, जैसा मैंने आपको दिखाया, मैंने वीडियो डाला, वो वीडियो मैंने खुद डाला ऑफ माय ओन चॉइस, राइट? कि मेरे को ये वीडियो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, मेरे को, अगर आप पूरा का पूरा डाल देंगे, खुद ही सर्च करो, खुद ही डेटा निकालो, देन इट विल हेलुसिनेट,
Yes,
right?
yes, sir,
So
yes.
that responsibility lies with us.
Yes, sir. I think
Sir,
one
I have
please.
one doubt. Can you please suggest few AI-based tools which is helpful for image creating? Image हम बना सके जो हम journal paper में डालते हैं ना, तो
बहुत सारे टूल्स हैं मैम, बहुत सारे टूल्स हैं. इफ यू वांट तो आई जस्ट व्हाट्सएप इट टू maybe Datta sir, he can share it with you. Lot of tools which are there ma'am, related to graphs also, related to these no images also. They are very very powerful tools which are there. So आप कर सकते हैं, उसमें कोई इशू नहीं है, बहुत बड़ा काम नहीं है आज की डेट में वो.
हाँ सर, वही.
जी 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 जी.
आई थिंक मिस शिल्पी पाल कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे. यस मिस शिल्पी, यू कैन आस्क. Yeah, you there? You are there?
I think she raised her hand.
She raised her hand. That's why I. Any other questions? We are running out of time. Participants.
We can take one or two questions. Any participant, if you have any question, please raise your hand, or you can type in chat box as well, so that we can read it for our resource person. Sir, I have one more question. Like nowadays, earlier we used to check the plagiarism reports through different softwares, like the similarity index we were checking. But now it is becoming mandatory to attach AI use reports as well. Like some journals are asking for them. Even for, I think, some universities are now mandating it. Like you need to show like how much percent AI it has been used in a research article or in a thesis. So what, just like hi, sir, please give us some important ideas about like how we can tackle this problem. Like most of our participants are early career researchers or mid-career researchers. I think we need to know about from your side, sir, as you are expert in this area.
Sir, see, you have very valid question, and now if you look at the plagiarism tools also, it has been integrated by the AI report also. It generates AI report also. Like if you talk about Turnitin and other, I Authenticate and other tools also. So they generate not only plag report, similarity report, but then it generate AI generated report also.
Yes, yes.
But very interestingly, the thing is that what part of now the question which you have asked is, right? There are different type of attribution which needs to be given कि आपने उस particular AI tool को कहाँ use किया है, and that needs to be. Now if the two paper I have highlighted over there, if you just log into these papers or download these papers, so आपको समझ आएगा कि जो attributions हैं वो कैसे देनी है आपको, right? कि आपने कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर यूज किया है उसके लिए, ठीक है, कौन सा एआई टूल यूज किया है, कौन सा प्लेटफॉर्म यूज किया है, किस चीज के लिए यूज किया है, वो भी आपको वहां मेंशन करना पड़ेगा, राइट? सो यू हैव टू गिव द प्रॉपर एट्रीब्यूशन, लेकिन वो आपका नोबेलिटी उसमें वॉयलेट नहीं होनी चाहिए. आप बोले कि वो जनरेट ही वो कर रहा है, तो आपका कोई रिसर्चर होने का फायदा नहीं है ना. तो आपको, इफ यू हैव टेकन सम टाइप ऑफ मे बी विजुअलाइज द डेटा, राइट? सो यू कैन राइट आई हैव विजुअलाइज द डेटा विद द हेल्प ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग ओवर देयर, राइट? आफ्टर वैलिडेटिंग, और दैट टू आफ्टर वैलिडेटिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर डेटा. जैसे हमने हेडजिंग से अभी डेटा डाउनलोड किया है, सो यू कैन राइट डाउन कि फ्रॉम पब्लिश एंड पैरिश दिस एआई, यहां से हमने इस प्लेटफॉर्म से ये जो हमने डेटा जो है विजुअलाइज करने में हेल्प हुआ है, राइट? सो एक्रेडिशन देना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है. आप हो गया.
Okay, sir, we will take few questions. There are in the chat box. Shilpi Pal Sharma ma'am, she is asking, when using citation Geeko, how do we avoid biasness towards choosing highly cited work, or how we can choose more relevant work in that? I hope you got the question, or else I will read it again, sir. When using citation Geeko, how do we avoid biasness toward choosing highly cited work?
मैं जो समझ पा रहा हूँ, देखिए डॉक्टर साहब ये क्या कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आप सी दीज आर नो मॉडल्स, लैंग्वेज, लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स। सो बायसनेस जो होगी हमारे एंड पे आ सकती है, ठीक है। बट अगर आप देखें कि वो पेपर अगर आपका किसी भी डेटा इंजन में पड़ा हुआ है या फिर डेटा सर्च में पड़ा हुआ है, चाहे वो स्कोपस डेटा है, चाहे वो मे बी पबमेड है या कहीं भी है, राइट। सो एलएलएम तो वही उठाएगा जहां पर जो डेटा आपका जो अवेलेबल उसके पास है, ठीक है। तो आपको वो खुद भी क्रॉस चेक करना है, बहुत वैलिड क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है। तो आपको क्रॉस चेक खुद करना पड़ेगा कि ये जो डेटा है, जैसे हमने नंबर 1 हमने देखा कि इट हैज रैंक्ड इट एज अ नंबर 1 नो ऑथर ओवर देयर, राइट। सो यू नीड टू क्रॉस चेक दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग ऑल्सो। ये आपको एक तरह से विजुअलाइजेशन दे रहा है, चाहे वो साइटेशन गीको है, चाहे और भी कोई प्लेटफॉर्म है। 100% फुल प्रूफ नहीं है, राइट, बट देन ये आपका काम बहुत आसान कर रहा है। इट इज हेल्पिंग यू आउट इन नंबर ऑफ वेज। जिन ऑथर्स को, जिन पेपर्स को आप मिस करने वाले थे अपने पूरे आरओएल के अंदर, तो आप मिस नहीं करेंगे डेफिनेटली आप उनको, ठीक है। और अब तो बहुत सारे जो आपके इवन जो रिव्यूअर्स हैं, अगर आप पेपर भी सबमिट कर रहे हैं तो आप देखें कि बहुत पावरफुल एआई टूल्स, आपका डेस्क रिजेक्शन आ जा रही हैं सीधे सीधे पेपर्स की,
यस सर।
है ना। तो क्योंकि हर चीज अपडेट हो रही है, रिसर्चर तो अपडेट हो ही रहे हैं, लेकिन एवरीवन इज गेटिंग अपडेटेड। इधर यू टॉक अबाउट पब्लिशर्स, यू टॉक अबाउट द रिव्यूअर्स, यू टॉक अबाउट द एडिटर्स, एवरीवन,
यस सर।
इवन गाइड्स, है ना। तो गाइड्स को बहुत ज्यादा अपडेट होने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि ये बच्चे जो हैं, देखिए आपके पास शीट लेके आ जाएगा बच्चा, है ना, इनसाइटफुल एआई से। ये बड़ा अलार्मिंग है, मैं आपको बताऊं, है ना, क्योंकि दी स्टूडेंट्स आर वेरी, किड्स आर वेरी स्मार्ट एंड दे आर वेरी गुड इन यूजिंग टेक्नोलॉजी ऑल्सो, है
यस
ना।
सर।
एंड दे शुड यूज, मैं तो इसको एडवोकेट करता हूँ कि दे शुड यूज एथिकली, दे शुड यूज इट, राइट,
यस
बिकॉज आपका टाइम बहुत बचाता है। लेकिन देन द गाइड हैज टू बी रेडी। गाइड को अगर आप वो शीट दिखा, तो गाइड को भी पता होना चाहिए कि भाई ये इनसाइटफुल एआई से ये शीट निकली है ना। वो बोलेगा सर मैं तो 3 महीने काम कर रहा था, मैं पेपर लेके आ गया आपके पास, पूरी एक्सेल शीट 200 पेपर के साथ, है ना। तो वो
यस
तो
सर।
आपको इवैल्यूएट करना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। यस प्लीज।
सर एक कंसर्न आया है, वो मेरा भी है कि समटाइम्स वी राइट इन आवर ओन वर्ड्स, दैट टाइम आल्सो व्हेन वी चेक इन टर्निट इन, वो भी दिखाता है कि एआई एस्पेक्ट में ही दिखाता है, वो कैसे अवॉइड कर सकते हैं?
मैम देखिए, वो लैंग्वेज जो मॉडल हैं, जो रिपीटेडली जो हम यूज करते हैं, चाहे आप ग्रामरली यूज कर रहे हैं, पैराफ्रेजिंग की बहुत सारे आपके पास वो हैं। देखिए कभी भी आप कॉपी ना करें। उसका सबसे अच्छा सोल्यूशन यही है कि जब आप अपनी वर्ड फाइल में कोई चीज लिख रहे हैं, जनरली हमारे को क्या होता है ना कि हमारे को एक पूरा का पूरा, चाहे किसी ग्रामरली से जनरेट हुआ है, चाहे वो जेमिनाई से जनरेट किया है आपने, कहीं से भी जनरेट किया है, तो ये सारा के सारा आप ये समझें इस चीज को, कहीं ना कहीं तो ये डेटा पड़ा हुआ है ना। और जो ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन है, और आप देखेंगे अब तो बहुत सारी स्टडीज ऐसे भी आना शुरू हो गई हैं जहां पर वो कह रहे हैं कि जो मोस्ट रिपीटेड वर्ड्स हैं, जब आप एक ह्यूमन लिखता है और जब मशीन लिखती है, ठीक है, तो कुछ वर्ड्स ऐसे हैं जो मोस्ट रिपीटेड वर्ड्स हैं, है ना। तो वो रीड कर लेता है कि ये जो लैंग्वेज है ये ह्यूमन नो जनरेटेड नहीं है, क्योंकि हर आदमी का अपना एक स्टाइल ऑफ राइटिंग है, क्रिएटिविटी है ना। लेकिन जब वो मॉडल लिख रहा है उस चीज को, तो वो फिर जनरेट कर लेता है, और फिर उसको आपने भले ही आपने लैंग्वेज पिकअप की है वहां से, तो इट विल नो फ्लैशबैक एज अ नो फ्रॉम एआई जनरेटेड थिंग ओनली, ठीक है। हो सकता है आपने इंस्पिरेशन लिया, आपने पढ़ा है कोई आर्टिकल, आप लिख उसको वैसे ही रहे हैं, आपने बोला यार ये तो मैंने खुद लिखा है, लेकिन नहीं, आपने वो जनरेट वहां से किया। तो कोशिश क्या करना ही ऐसा चाहिए रिसर्चर को कि जब भी आप पढ़िए, देखिए चीजों को, लेकिन जब लिखने की बारी आती है तो आप उसको अपने वर्ड फाइल में खुद उसको राइट कीजिए, कट कॉपी पेस्ट ना करें,
ओके।
है ना। क्योंकि उसमें क्या हो जाता है, फिर उसमें हमारे को लगता है कि हमने तो ग्रामरली से भी चेंज कर लिया, हमने तो रीफ्रेजिंग भी कर ली, पैराफ्रेजिंग भी कर ली इसकी, है ना। लेकिन लैंग्वेज तो वहीं से, और जो कीवर्ड जो आप पिकअप, जो आपकी वोकैबुलरी में वर्ड्स हैं, उनको आप उसमें डालिए उसके अंदर, है ना,
Okay.
अपने वर्ड्स में लिखिए उसको।
ठीक है
Okay, sir. So one last question from the chat, like journals of Elsevier will have provision to disclose the part of research which was made using an AI tool.
जी जी जी।
Question from Chandan Jyoti Bejbarua.
नहीं, इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन है। देखिए ज्योति जी, देखिए इसमें चाहे एल्सवेयर है, चाहे आप किसी भी जर्नल को, पब्लिशर को उठा के दे दीजिए, आप अब एवरी जर्नल हैव देयर ओन पॉलिसी ओवर देयर। हर जर्नल ने डिक्लेयर कर रखा हुआ है कि आप एआई का यूज जो है, कई जर्नल्स ने बिल्कुल प्रोहिबिट किया हुआ है, कई जर्नल्स ने क्या कर रखा है कि आपने अगर किया है तो आप डिक्लेयर कीजिए, जो मैंने आपको बताया, यू हैव टू गिव अ नो प्रॉपर एक्रेडिशन, नो प्रॉपर नो थिंग कि आपने कहाँ यूज किया है। आपने कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइजेशन के टाइम में यूज किया, जैसे मैं अभी आपको गूगल नो एआई स्टूडियो की बात कर रहा था, आपने कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज करती बार आपने उस पर्टिकुलर प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज किया, ठीक है, आपने किस टाइम पे यूज किया, तो वो आपको बताना, डिक्लेयर करना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, क्योंकि नोबेलिटी अगर आपकी उस पे कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो रही है, क्योंकि एवरी रिसर्च हैज टू कम आउट विद सम नोबल आइडियाज, ठीक है, एडिशन टू द एग्जिस्टिंग नॉलेज, है ना। तभी रिसर्च का मतलब है कि अगर आप रिपीटेडली वही चीज वापस लेके आ रहे हैं तो वो तो रिसर्च नहीं मानी जाएगी, है ना। तो इसलिए वो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। इसलिए जर्नल्स ने, अभी आप देखेंगे एवरी जर्नल हैज देयर ओन पॉलिसी। इधर यू टॉक अबाउट टेलर फ्रांसिस की बात कर लीजिए, आप चाहे वैली की बात कर लीजिए, सेज की बात कर लीजिए, हर एक जर्नल ने अपनी बहुत क्लियरली एआई पॉलिसी डिक्लेयर की हुई है। तो आप प्लीज जब भी आप लिख रहे हैं तो लिखने से पहले उस जर्नल की आप गाइडलाइंस को जरूर पढ़ें, क्या गाइडलाइंस वो फॉलो कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। और जैसे आप टर्निटिन की बात करते हो, तो जैसे 20% का रहता है, तो 20% के ऊपर वो रेड फ्लैग नहीं देता है आपको, है
Yes,
ना।
sir.
अगर 20% आपका उससे अगर ऊपर होगा तो वो रेड फ्लैग दे देगा आपको, है ना।
Yes.
तो उसी तरह से जर्नल्स का भी अपने अपने, सभी के अपने अपने नॉर्म्स हैं, उन्होंने अपने अपना बनाया हुआ है, तो उसको जरूर पढ़िए बिफोर यू सबमिट योर पेपर इन एनी ऑफ द जर्नल्स। बिकॉज अगर आपको रिव्यूअर को ये लगता है कि ये तो सारा का सारा, और दे कैन मेक आउट, बिकॉज उनका हर रोज का काम है ना। सो दे कैन मेक आउट फ्रॉम योर लैंग्वेज द टाइप ऑफ द नो, जैसे आपने बिल्डअप किया है अपने पूरे उस काम को, तो आउटराइटली आपका पेपर रिजेक्ट हो जाएगा। दे विल वेरी नो बड़े प्यार से आपको मना करके भेजेंगे, and they'll write a very good mail and they'll send it back to you,
Yes,
right?
yes, sure. I think no more questions are there. I request all the participants to kindly switch on their cameras. We will have a photo with Professor Amit sir. I request IT team as well, please allow our participant to turn on their camera so that we will have a photo of all the participants. Thank you.
There is some questions, so someone has raised a hand, I
No,
suppose.
no, sorry. It was from my side. Like mistakenly, I just clicked on that icon. One more, just I clicked one. I request all the participants, please kindly put your cameras on so that we will have a group photo for this session.
See, I would request all the young researchers, see, technology is like a double-edged sword, right? So you have to be very careful when you are using technology. Use it to your advantage, but don't misuse it. Because if you are misusing it, so it will be very, very lethal, very, very fatal to you, right?
Yes,
But
yes, sir.
technology definitely is a very handy thing, right? लेकिन वही न्यूक्लियर बॉम्ब आप किस लिए यूज करते हैं, है ना। आप रिएक्शंस को किस लिए यूज करते हैं, बॉम्ब बनाने के लिए या फिर नो समाज की सेवा के लिए। दैट इज like the technology thing. Yes, sir. Can we have photograph?
Yeah, yes, sir. We click the photograph. Just I would like to formally propose a vote of thanks. So I would like to thank Professor Dr. Amit Gangutia, Professor in Department of Tourism and Travel Management, Central University of Himachal Pradesh. So sir has like guided us on a very important topic like bias, transparency, and fairness and ethical AI practices for the research. I think many researchers, like early career researchers, mid-career researchers, they are also have many queries related how to use AI ethically in their research. And sir has like guided us like with the practical examples, like how we can use different AI tools to make our research more impactful, more fruitful, and how we can ensure the authenticity of research. So thank you, sir, for your time. Thank you for your guidance. I thank all the participants. Our HR, Professor Dr. Vivek Datta, sir, had just left for a meeting. So thank you, everyone. See you in the next session tomorrow morning. Thank you,
Thank you so
everyone.
much, sir. Thank you for your patient listening, and thanks for inviting me again. Thank you
Yes,
so much.
thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Participants quiz and the feedback form will be shared with you soon. So kindly attend the quiz, the evaluation, and also give the feedback for this session as well. Thank you everyone, and thank you for your kind attention and active participation in these FDP sessions. Thank you everyone. I request IT support team from HO to kindly close the session for today.